Camille, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
All right, give me a sense of what y'all have been, the calls that y'all have been getting all day.
Yes, we have been seeing a lot of excitement on our election protection hotline, 866 Our Vote. Voters are very excited and eager to have their voice counted this election cycle. We've seen a really strong turnout for election day. So we've had the highest volume of calls to come from Pennsylvania, followed by North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. Lots of folks are asking general voting questions. They just want to know where's my polling location? Can you verify my registration? Maybe why do I need to, what's my list of IDs that I need? And then the other remaining calls are some type of problem. So oftentimes voters are experiencing voting equipment malfunctions or persistent long lines in many locations.
Obviously, we hit the bomb threats, but have we seen massively long lines? We saw that during the early voting in places like Ohio. That's because Republicans only allow for one early voting location in one place. And so anything like that happening?
Yes, in Pennsylvania, we've had many reports of voters having to brave long lines, particularly in a lot of the universities' campuses. So, for instance, Lehigh University and Villanova and Gettysburg College, we've had reports of voters in line for 2, 3, 4, even 6 hours was one report of lines. And so we've been encouraging folks to, of course, stay in line. We're trying to get pizza out to folks. We're working with election officials to try to remedy what has been a long day for many voters. And we've been also working in courts to extend voting hours.
All right, then. And so for right now, for folks out there, are there any issues? Are you guys also looking at lawsuits, things along those lines? Are y'all monitoring that?
Yes, we've been very active in Georgia and, as I mentioned, Pennsylvania, trying to extend those voting hours. Our partners were attempting to extend the voting hours in Louisville, Kentucky. You may have heard about some e-poll book issues. Voters were this morning, unfortunately, unable to cast their ballot because there were some errors loading the e-poll books. And so many voters were turned away at the polls, and we tried unsuccessfully to get the court to extend the voting hours because voting in Kentucky closed at 6 p.m. local time, which of course is unreasonably short for voters to be able to get back to the polls if they have work responsibilities or family responsibilities before 6. But that's how we'll have to shake that out after Election Day and try to get some reforms.
All right, Camille, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Folks, going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to sit down with our panel, introduce them, and start our analysis of Election Night 2024. You're watching the Black Star Network.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
as an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen shootings.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
Folks, welcome back to our Black Star Network coverage of Election Night 2024. We've got a number of folks in studio, but let's meet our first panel. To my left, Daria Rose. She's an attorney, also a political commentator. My alpha brother, Dr. Larry Walker, of course, university professor out of Florida. Monique Presley, legal analyst and host. Make It Make Sense with Monique Presley. Also, Rebecca Carruthers, Vice President, Fair Elections Center. Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for Environmental Justice at the EPA. Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University. Eugene Craig joins us as well. Eugene is a never Trumper Republican. Of course, very much involved in Maryland politics. Nola Haynes, Dr. Nola Haynes, Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. Erica Savage, Reframe Brain, of course, Erica. Matter of fact, y'all get ready to show Erica's meme. Erica's meme from our coverage. Be sure to show that. Mondale Robinson, Black Male Voter Project, Mayor of Enfield, North Carolina. Glad to have everybody here. So let's see. Let's get this thing started. First and foremost, I'll start here. Rebecca, I said it earlier. Last 72 hours. And you can really tell the change in how the vice president, how she's walked, how she's talked. You can see it in her tone, in her face, in terms of the rising confidence the closer we got to this election.
Well, so far, the numbers that we've seen over the last week and a half with early voting across the country has been really good for Kamala Harris. Not only that, but it was very good today to see the number of young people on college campuses in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, who are standing in lines. And unfortunately, some of these lines are 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, but they're staying in line. There's lots of pizza, there's lots of donuts. Celebrities are showing up, DJs are showing up because they are excited about these first-time voters who are going to be crucial tonight.
Absolutely. Mondale, we look at, in terms of what they needed to win, rural parts of Georgia, North Carolina are critically important. But even when you talk about Michigan and Pennsylvania, which folks know outside of the major cities, that's Alabama. It's also bringing down those rural numbers and not having 80-20, 70-30 margins.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is winning better or losing better. And I think this presidential campaign has been all about that for this candidate. She's not made a single misstep as it pertains to including people that are not a point or normally a part of our profile when we talk about who are our coalition. I think another important part is people forget that in the South, Black people are overrepresented in rural spaces. So I think the idea that you have rural mayors and also people like myself out here working extremely hard to turn out our base for this candidate, it becomes a no-brainer. And we see the work already, even though the numbers are early, we see in states that we are expected to win easily and those that we are expected to win narrowly, we see her outperforming the other guy, the orange guy on the other side, in spaces that we didn't do in 2020. We also see younger Black men. In Georgia, for instance, Black men are the youngest voting population right now. That is a guaranteed victory for us if we continue on this path. The idea that young Black men that lean heavily Democratic are already casting votes or votes have already been counted, that means that we're just waiting on our base to show up and we know damn well we're going to slide through.
There were so many people on that point, Mustafa, who were talking about, the black male vote, which reminded me of what happened when Stacey Abrams ran for governor and brothers showed up. Really what it was a bullshit mainstream media narrative because they weren't talking to brothers who deal with brothers every single day. And even one day when I was talking to some of these people and they were saying, well, our issue's not been addressed, and when you asked them, they couldn't even answer those questions. So it was just interesting watching all of that take place.
Yeah, you know, it's a part of the disinformation that's often out there. So it's not always the opposition who's doing it. Sometimes it's folks who are supposed to be well-meaning in this space. You know, so many of us have been talking with Black fathers about the importance of being here, about making sure that our daughters and our mothers and our sisters and our aunties, that we're protecting their rights, but also at the same time, making sure that we are addressing the economic issues, making sure that folks are understanding what the particular needs are in our space, what our healthcare needs are. All these various things are a part of the conversation now. And brothers are showing up like they've always shown up. But you got to make sure that you are spending the time, make sure that you are hearing them, and that you are honoring the requests that's in that space. So I'm excited about this moment, that folks are finally starting to actually pay attention to what brothers are asking for, and that we're going to continue to make sure that we're moving forward, both up and down the ticket. Because yes, we're concerned with what happens for the vice president, but it is also what's happening in those state houses and those county commissions and those local governments. So in this moment, we're making sure that folks know that we have value and that you're honoring the value that comes with the Black male vote.
Daria, Rebecca talked about young voters, and we saw early voting. Significant turnout of young Black women and young women of color. And so what we're also seeing already, 1835 really turning out strong. And I was messing with Brittany over there. She's like, yes. She's like, my generation is voting. And I literally said, Brittany, by damn time.
I'm Gen Z, and we're fired up. We sure are. On TikTok this past week, Donald Trump's Access Hollywood tape was trending. And you're talking about a generation of people who were 10 years old when this came out. So we've never heard the Grab 'em tape in full. We didn't know his rhetoric, but now we're hearing it and we're being exposed and we're asking our parents and especially the fathers in the community, how could you vote for someone who talks like this? What if he was talking about your daughter? What if he was talking about your wife? So we're ready. We're ready. We're engaged now.
We talk about late October surprise, that happening, Eugene, but also that hate rally, somebody called it Hate Palooza at Madison Square Garden. Again, that Texas comedian, a so-called comedian, that joke about Puerto Rico pissed off a lot of Latinos.
I mean, listen, he got Bad Bunny, Jennifer Lopez, and Ricky Martin, probably the trilogy of Puerto Rican musical acts.
Mark Anthony was blasting at every concert. Fat Joe was going off.
All on one page united within an hour, coming out swinging heavily for Vice President Harris at Haychella. I mean, they took it so far at Haychella to have, Byron Donalds walk out to Dixie. But the thing is,
only thing missing was a pat on the head.
But the thing is this: for some of us, it's been a decade of fighting against Donald Trump's racism, against Donald Trump's hatred. For me, people say, I say, look, y'all voted against Donald Trump 3 times. I voted against him 6 times. So I voted against him 3 times in the primaries. And so for me, this has been a fight from June 2015, and hopefully this is the last time we have to deal with this.
Larry, obviously, Latino voters, Puerto Rican voters, but also Haitians in Florida is important. Now, Florida, they say, wasn't a state in play. Nikki Fried, the chair of the Democratic Party there, has been trying to rebuild it. But be very interesting to see what that turnout is tonight. Even if Trump wins the state, the question is, what's the margin? And then how does that pave a way for Democrats in the future in Florida, which used to be a purple state that's now a red state?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I was making a comment earlier talking to someone about the state of Florida because everyone's interested in see if it actually is in play. I agree, it's more of a purple state. I think it's going to be very difficult to win this election cycle, but I want to go to something you highlighted. Let's give a round of applause for Nikki Fried and the Democrats in Florida because we put in a lot of work to make sure build the infrastructure for the future. Now, the next election cycle, 2028, I think will be a little bit different. But you highlighted about some of the issues relating to Haitians and Puerto Ricans. Over the last couple of weeks, the Trump administration, they've been basically committing political suicide. And as someone who lives in the state, Central, South Florida in particular, Haitians and Puerto Ricans are, I'll say upset, but I could use another word, but we're on television right now, and I don't want to get myself in trouble. But it has had an impact, and even see it in my home state of Pennsylvania. We're hearing the Puerto Ricans, and I'm from Philadelphia. You're hearing Puerto Ricans in Philadelphia have turned out record numbers. But you're right, Roland, in terms of what they did, it really did have an impact. My wife's family is Jamaican, so when they talked about Haitians, Jamaicans, and all the other, individuals from the Caribbean are quite upset. And so once again, you've galvanized a population that was more likely to vote for those who are, low information voters. We talk about a lot. Those folks will make sure they come out and vote because the blatant racism was clear. I may also add there are some those in some of the populations we described thought when we were talking about issues relating to racism that it didn't apply to them. So I think that Madison Square Garden, the comedian and some of the other comments after that made it clear who those comments were directed.
Before I go to the next panel, folks, we already got some good news tonight. Go to my iPad. United States Senate now has its 4th black woman ever, Lisa Blunt Rochester. Lisa Blunt Rochester to the United States Senate from Delaware. And so, of course, she follows in the footsteps. There's not been a black woman in the United States Senator since Vice President Kamala Harris left the Senate in 2021 after Biden-Harris won. And so now we're waiting to watch for Angela also Brooks in Maryland. If she would become the 5th black woman United States Senator. That, again, is important, Monique, because when you look at a statewide office, the fact that it's been a while. It's not like you've had a lot of black folks, period, since Reconstruction. So certainly good news. Her race didn't get lots of attention because she pretty much was she's in a very, 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 very blue state. And so I'm sure President Biden is very happy that his state of Delaware is sending a sister to the U.S. Senate.
Absolutely. I didn't think I was going to be fighting back tears this early in the night, but the work that happened that enabled this very qualified candidate in Lisa Blunt Rochester to win was, again, the work of black women. It was the work of Win with Black Women. Some may not know that Lisa Blunt Rochester was one of the cluster of women that President Biden selected in order to help with the vetting process for our first Supreme Court justice. She was one of the people who was closest to and assisted the most with the Vice Presidential Selection Committee was taking place. And so what we are seeing happen is years and years of work coming together, work of people on the ground, work of people coordinating, collaborating, coalescing together. And I am so thankful about that. And I'm expecting many more tears as the night unfolds. I expect for there to be a Senator also Brooks and for there to be a President Harris. So it's a good night.
Greg Carr, thank goodness we don't have a crazy, deranged black man in North Carolina. Josh Stein has beaten him to a pulp. We've already called that race. So Josh Stein is going to be the elected governor of North Carolina, beating the porn-loving Mark Robinson, who Donald Trump said was more important than Dr. King.
Yeah, looks like maybe a future in reality TV for him, more time for Nude Africa. But yeah, it's interesting. I left Howard to come here, and the students were in line, and they were so enthusiastic. You know, kids who are 18, 19, 20 years old, who when Barack Obama won in 2008 under very different circumstances on their campus, you know, they were 3, 4 years old. And so they don't, you know, remember that. And, you know, unlike 08, when it was, you know, an electric atmosphere, perhaps maybe even a sense of inevitability, this year, the place is on lockdown, it's kind of tightly scripted, and this sense of momentum we have. But it reminds me of a scene, if y'all remember from The West Wing, that final season when, after this knockdown drag out between this first Latino candidate and the white candidate, and they said, you know, what if after all of this, the map looks exactly the same? Yeah. Florida has reported about 87% of the vote. Looks like Trump is winning, looks like 55-41, or no, 55-43. Miami-Dade came in 55-41 for Trump. Where are those Puerto Ricans and Haitians? What if after all this, the map looks exactly the same? Indiana went for Trump for sure, but Harris looks like she overperformed in the county that Indianapolis is in. Are these white women going to show up? This has never been about black men or black women in that regard. The biggest voting bloc in this country is white women. Right. Are they going to leave their race in enough of a percentage to do this? And in Georgia, it looks like finally, about half of the vote is in out of Atlanta and out of Savannah. And looks like the number right now is 56-42 Trump. What Gerald said, Griggs, earlier is important. If you are in line, stay in line. She has all the momentum, all the enthusiasm, but looking at the faces of those young people leaving there and coming here, we're going to have to do a little bit more than cheer at this point. If you're in line, goddammit, vote, stay there. Because what if after all this, the map looks exactly the same? So,
well, it is a question of when you start looking at these different states, Erica, it comes down to infrastructure. What is your ground game? Yeah. In Pennsylvania, for instance, there was a massive ground game for the vice president. She spent a lot of time there yesterday, hitting 3 cities, rally in Allentown, rally in Pittsburgh, closing out in Philadelphia. I talked to Erica Moret with SCIU. They had 30-plus buses of folks there in the weekend. They knocked on almost 1 million doors in Pennsylvania. And at the end of the day, that's how elections are won. It's absolute ground game.
Yeah. And I remember you were in Southwest Georgia when we were doing a ground game back in 2020. Now we have moved to a place where, post-pandemic, where it used to be the institution of the Black church where people would go and they would engage parishioners there. But because there have been a fallout of people that are attending worship services, then that's not the go-to. So it was very smart of the Harris-Walz campaign to understand that they had to really penetrate the ground game. I heard a number earlier today, 90,000 people, 3 million doors that were knocked over the past weekend. That's the type of infrastructure that we need. Monique talked about Win with Black Women. Roland, you had Win with Black Men. All of these coalitions that were week after week engaging people, texting people, letting people know how they can get engaged. The way that we win campaigns is letting people know how they can be involved. People are waiting to be activated, and so understanding that Pennsylvania, Michigan, and the slow state of Wisconsin and Milwaukee, understanding that those are places that really need to have the touch, need to be touched, not just once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, is something that was very smart on the part of the Harris-Walz campaign. And I agree with you, Dr. Carr, is now we're going to see if all of the work that we have done, that has been done by those unsung heroes, will actually get us to 270 first.
It's also looking at, when you start looking at these various states, and how things shape up. Go to my iPad, Noah. So you take Virginia, 35% of the vote is in Virginia. It's very narrow right now, 50.5 to 47.7. Now, what's interesting is a wider margin in the U.S. Senate race. It's a 5-point gap. It's a 3-point gap, less than 3-point gap in the presidential race. And this is one of those examples where if you are a Democrat, even if you are a so-called blue state, you still have to fortify yourself and not lose sight of that. I was talking to somebody who was talking about how Orange County in California is growing, and then Democrats assume that we can just come to California, raise money, and leave, where he said, no, you've got to shore up your base and still campaign there, still spend dollars and time there, because you don't want to take a place for granted. And then you begin to see Republican, inroad in some of those places.
Absolutely. So I have been yelling and screaming for years, telling people that California is not going to look the same in 2028. As a black person living in Southern California, the one thing that you know is don't go to Orange County. I'm not kidding. And what I've seen over the years, having just moved from there in the end of January, is there's definitely going to be a change. There was a white supremacist group that was just apprehended in North Hollywood, and I lived in Hollywood for over 20 years, and North Hollywood is right over the freeway. It's 10 minutes away. So you're talking about white supremacists 10 minutes away from Hollywood. I need people to understand that, right? And it wasn't just white folks. It was also Latino folks involved, in that major arrest. And over the years, I've seen it. There are some strongholds that are anti-democratic outside of Orange County, and it's just spreading and spreading and spreading. I'll never forget one day I was at the gym. I will never forget this, right up the street from my house on Sunset Boulevard. This man came into the gym dressed in MAGA from head to toe. Oh, wow. In Hollywood, up the street from West Hollywood. So we ran him up out of there, but my point being is in 2020, started to see people inching into areas that were once Democratic strongholds, right? And you have the top north of California that are Republican. A lot of the Silicon Valley folks, right? You have Orange County, and then you have folks meeting in the middle. California will not look the same in 2028, mark my words. And regarding Virginia, I want to say shout out to Natalie Shorter and Hala Ayala that are working, honey, in Virginia. They are working in Virginia. But to your point, Roland, it's not sewn up. None of this is a guarantee, right? Even the canvassing that I did in North Carolina, I encountered, black Trumpers, and they told me what they needed to tell me to my face just to get rid of me. So we don't know how much of the people on the ground that we're encountering are telling us the truth just to get rid of us. So none of this is a guarantee, and but I will say the work has been done. Yes, it has. The sweat equity has been put in. So we'll see, to Greg's point, what will it look like?
But I also think what you're saying also is a call to action, not to just people and election seasons. It's also to say you cannot just show up in an election season and determine that I am demanding your vote and I've not addressed any issues plaguing you.
Yeah.
I think my brother, you said something that scared me because I think too many people think like that. I think people think this is the last time we got to vote for Trump. Yeah. This is the last time we got to vote for Trump as a person, but not as an ideology.
Yeah.
I think the Republican Party now has to deal with the fact, what happens when a smarter person that understands the inner workings of political parties takes their realm and do to your party what Trump did? How do we bring that in right now? And I think the only answer to that is get rid of the transactional nature of our politics on our side of the aisle and start investing in people to address issues that are really plaguing people. Because while Republican tactics to prevent black people from voting is a serious form of voter suppression, it does not match what police officers do to black men. It does not match what poverty does to keep black men from the voting booth.
And I'll say on this platform, excuse me, that we've been saying this for years. We've talked about this for years, that there has to be a specific way that Democrats are really engaging their people, because this whole notion of low information voter really gets under my skin, because when I have done on-the-ground canvassing, working in local, state, or congressional campaigns, I have walked in front of plumes of marijuana smoke and people hiding their blunts, and I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm here to talk to you.
Right.
How are you? How are you doing? What's life look like? And I'm telling you, these brothers, these women are like, oh my gosh, somebody like you is coming to talk to me. Absolutely, I'm coming to talk to you because you're making the difference, not just in my life, but in our collective lives. When those people got engaged, to see men, to see women who were in the trap, jumping up and down, going to the Secretary of State's website, right there on the spot, seeing that they actually were registered to vote, and then actually going to go and vote. Those are the types of things that need to be happening, not just in rural Georgia and North Carolina and in the rural areas, but they need to be happening every day of the week. One thing that Republicans always do is not only do they aspire, and they are masters of their craft because they aspire to continue to be masters as they were in the slave trade, they are the masters of pivoting. So to your point, what we are seeing now, it'll just roll up and look like something very different, but Democrats don't have to have celebrities, and shout out to all the celebrities, but there does not have to be all of this over-the-top engagement if we are talking to our number one and number two, that being Black women and Black men. That's the number one voting bloc in the Democratic Party. If we're actually talking to every socioeconomic status, if we're engaging our people all year long, because in 2 years, we're going to be begging for people to vote again.
Well, I think you have to factor something in, which I was having this conversation earlier today, that a lot of people simply do not focus on. And that is Republicans understand how to form narratives.
Talk about it, Roland.
Second of all, you have a very sophisticated Republican media ecosystem.
Yes.
So what you have is you have this thinking among Democrats.
Come on.
Oh, well, there's MSNBC, there's, Republicans say, well, New York Times, Washington Post. But the reality is those are not progressive media outlets.
Come on.
Because they're going to be like, oh, no, we're objective. And you look at the New York Times reporting in this election cycle, it has been beyond shameful. You remember, of course, with all of Hillary's emails. But when you look at what happens, obviously you have the juggernaut of Fox News, where all conservatives go to get the information. Then you have conservative talk radio.
Right.
So you had all these conservatives bitching and moaning about Vice President Kamala Harris going on Saturday Night Live and them not extending and like, about what was fair. But tell me how many times has a conservative talk radio host booked a Democratic candidate? It's like it's a Republican echo chamber. Then you add in how the Republicans have invested heavily in digital media. So now all of a sudden, what now happens is they are constantly driving a message. And then when a piece of policy comes up, they can kill something because what are they doing? They are constantly messaging.
Yes.
When you look at when Senator James Lankford stands on the floor of the United States Senate and says, a very prominent conservative talk show host, he was talking about Sean Hannity, basically said, you move forward with this bill, we are going to destroy you. And he was very clear about that. And so that's happening, and Democrats are playing games in that if you're not investing in that media ecosystem, that way you can shape your narrative, control your narrative, explain to your audience what's going on, you're going to be at a disadvantage. And now, with crazy deranged Elon Musk owning Twitter, now, I mean, look, when Soros bought a group of radio stations, I mean, well, the right lost their mind because they said, oh, he's going to flip the liberal. First of all, he's not.
Right.
He didn't buy it for, for that reason. But Sinclair, one of the largest television station groups, hardcore right wing, they've infused their content. They understand that if you control the hearts and minds through media, you can actually change the narrative.
So this is the thing, Roland, a couple points. People know Tucker Carlson for his perch at Fox News. As a Republican, I got to know Tucker Carlson as the CEO of the Daily Caller, which was funded by the Daily Caller Foundation, which is a part of a much bigger network that also funded not just the Breitbarts and the Daily Callers, but they were coming down to college campuses and funding student-ran and owned newspapers at the very bare level, and also allowing that article sharing for free that otherwise would make any other publication charge for. So I mean, in that media ecosystem, you know, let's say I had a congressional candidate wanted to run for Congress, right? We might roll them out on Sean Hannity, but that next week they're hitting every single conservative podcast, radio show. I mean, it go from Hannity, it used to go from Hannity to Limbaugh to Hannity back on radio, back to Fox News, and then you'll hit the second rung of things. But it's that messaging, it's that narrative creation, it's that firestorm I'm now able to create around a person or an idea or to kill something that where the real power lies. And to your point, brother, you know, the real horror in J.D. Vance is that's the pivot already in front of our face.
Absolutely.
You know, J.D. Vance is the vice presidential nominee because Elon Musk and Peter Thiel said so.
Yeah.
If you know Peter Thiel's
president in waiting.
if you know Peter Thiel's history, Peter Thiel has been funding operations on the right and I mean center right, but very far right also for over a decade. You know, so when Dr. Nola talks about, you know, the tech bro that comes in and you know and doing their thing in California, that's literally J.D. Vance. That's literally Peter Thiel. That's literally Elon Musk.
I want to jump in because you talked about ecosystem, and I think one thing we're missing here is the bro poll culture ecosystem. Because a lot of what we talked about with the African American vote and about the perception that black men were not going to vote for VP Harris originated in these pollsters, predominantly white males, who have blinders on. So when they see data, all they do is see data, but they have no cultural competence. So part of this ecosystem we have to also discuss is these polls, because we all knew that black men were not going to vote for Donald Trump. But that was perception because, once again, this ecosystem also includes some of these predominantly white male pollsters. So we have to continue to make sure, and I know, Rolly, you've had a number of black pollsters on the show, we have to continue to make sure that individuals that are polling our community have a level of cultural competence. Because when you look at data and you see that 20-25% of black folks you think are going to vote for Donald Trump, as a researcher, you have to say to yourself, from a cultural lens, something's not right, and I need to look at my methodology. But we haven't had enough of that conversation about cultural competence and data.
As a political scientist? I don't look at polls. I do not look at polls at all. As someone who's written surveys, you know, you write a survey, you write a poll to elicit a certain type of answer. There's nothing that is objective about a poll, nothing at all. I mean, even if you say, you know, who did you vote for? You say, why did you vote for them? And then you'll throw a question in like, well, how do you feel about immigration? You know, or you'll throw a question in there, or how do you feel about, you know, HBCUs? There's always going to be those kind of questions in there to guide you towards a specific way of thinking about your answer. I don't look at polls at all. To Roland's point, to Erica's point, it's about the ground game.
Hold tight 1 second, hold on. Pennsylvania, folks, the vote counting center in Pennsylvania has been evacuated due to a bomb threat. And so that's what's going on. And again,
I feel like this is
look, we told you about Russian interest. They desperately want Donald Trump to win. And so the fact that you're seeing bomb threats in multiple states is happening across the board. So just be aware of what's going on. Nola, finish your point.
Jesus. Wow.
Let me pivot towards my national security lens now. I want to say one thing. The FBI has been very transparent on social media and also in legacy media about what's happening around the country. And they have warned about these sorts of attacks. They also told us about the young man in Memphis who tried to blow up the energy grid using a weapon of mass destruction. And they've also warned us about false notifications from the FBI that isn't from the FBI. So this is layered, it's sophisticated. And the only thing, to Greg's point, that I hope is that people stay in line. I know this is deterrence at the highest levels. You know, why do you want to put your life on the line? Who's protecting us? Is it that serious? Those are the types of questions that everyday voters are asking themselves, right?
And it's before you answer that point there, again, when we talk about this turnout of 1835 voters, it's great when they turn out, but you also got to learn the process. Go to my iPad. So in Nevada, they're having a problem trying to cure ballots because what happened was a lot of these young voters signed up via iPads. Nevada has signature match. And so the problem is they have to cure their ballots. So this is Dylan Byers posted this here. The Nevada Secretary of State said, and do this here, Carol, get Aaron Ford, the Nevada Attorney General, on the line, please. I went to Texas A&M with Aaron, so I'd love to get his perspective. But he said, quote, it's mostly the fact that young people don't have signatures these days. And when they did register to vote through the automatic voter registration process, they signed a digital pad at the DMV, and that became their licensed signature. So apparently it's 19,000 ballots that need to be cured. I was looking at another particular tweet. Norman Ornstein posted this here. Go to my iPad. He said apparently they are actually calling these young voters to get them to cure their ballots, and they're not answering their phones. So again, for people who don't understand electoral politics, when you have this signature match, well, this is one of the things that happens.
Our process is so complicated, and
it's state by state.
State by state, and a lot of young people don't understand it. So we have these issues popping up. We have the bomb threats, and it goes beyond deterrence. It goes to an issue of these are creating systematic problems that are going to create legal challenges later on down the line. We're going to see Donald Trump challenging these polls being open later and later. He's going to ask why. So even if people do stay in line, we're going to see lawsuits continue to pop up and say this was a foul play, this was out of line. So we're going to just continue to see it.
Yeah. And you got to keep in mind, it's a known Republican tactic to literally challenge already legal settled law just to create, misinformation and distrust among their own, and then come back and part of the echo chamber, hey, we sued this because we thought something was wrong, or that we knew nothing was wrong, but hey, our uneducated, uneducated white voter is going to run with whatever cockamamie theory that they think.
On that point there, somebody posted this tweet regarding the RNC soon. They said this federal judge Baker just served the RNC a brutal reality check. They tried to pull a fast one, targeting Democratic counties with a cynical plot to invalidate votes while ignoring the same procedures in GOP-heavy areas. The judge didn't hold back, calling it out as a move that would trample state law, the Constitution, even his oath. Here's the kicker. He told GOP lawyers to go read up on the boy who cried wolf. A federal judge, think about that, a federal judge telling them point blank to stop dragging the court into their schemes to rig the scales. But Eugene, folks, this is why the other day we talked to Judith Brown Dianis, and she talked about that, the battles that are taking place, how they are, the wars being waged in courtrooms all across the country, unbeknownst to a lot of people. And if it's not for these legal warriors, these Republicans will be getting away with murder because their desire is to shrink the electorate and not have it expand.
Listen, they look at it as a win-win, right? On one side, all right, you mess around and you get a district judge that just is sympathetic or whatever and just rubber stamps it, right? On the other end, let's say the judge slaps it down. Well, then I can then go to conservative media and say, hey, we want the court and we fought this because we saw this on the ground, and Donald Trump tweets out or law enforcement's on the way in X, Y, and Z. So for them, they see it as a win-win, even if they lose in court. There's a thing on Clubhouse, winning Clubhouse instead of winning in real life. For a lot of them, it's winning conservative media rather than winning in real life.
Except this is real life.
Yeah.
These goddamn white supremacists are going to be the end of this experiment.
No, speaking of that, the abortion amendment in Florida has failed.
Yeah.
In Florida, they're leaving in place their 6-week ban, and of course,
did they give you a percentage? Because they had to meet a super. Well, no, it had to be 6% to pass, but maybe a majority voted for it. In other words,
58.4.
Exactly.
Wow.
There it is. These goddamn white supremacists. Understand this.
So yeah, 95% of the ballot-ins. There were 10,935,000 votes cast. 6.3 million yes. Again, 58.4%. No, 41.7%.
And that, Roland, thank you, because therein lies the end of this funky-ass settler place. Let me explain it. That is the logic of the Electoral College.
Hold tight 1 second. Also, another race, folks. We now have our 5th black female United States Senator in history.
Wow.
So, in Maryland, Angela Also Brooks has been projected the winner in Maryland. beating former two-term Governor Larry Hogan.
But this is an important point because we saw also in Maryland the initiative to reinforce, but a woman's right to choose terminated pregnancy. That was on the ballot.
Yeah.
Right, to reinscribe it, to say, okay, it's already in the Constitution, but to vote to do that. A lot of these states, California's doing the same thing. Trump-proofing, white nationalists proofing the states.
Hold tight 1 second, Greg. Folks, go to my iPad. So, because of the bomb threats in Georgia, NAACP says Fulton County, 5 locations, voting is being extended. At the Ettrish Darnell Community Center extended, so all of these are being extended, of course, in CH, Southwest Arts Center, Northwood Elementary, Lake Forest. In DeKalb County, the NAACP says, give me 1 second, in DeKalb, polling is being extended at the North DeKalb Senior Center and the Briarwood Recreation Center. Go ahead, Greg.
No, and that's key. Stay in line, get in there and do that work, because as they are Trump-proofing, again, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
We saw it in the 1860s. In other words, the fracture of this country that led to Civil War was this concentration on states taking back power from the federal government. In this moment, when you see, for example, in Ohio, we know Trump is going to win Ohio, but there's a ballot initiative, Initiative 1, that is going to break the back of their hyper-partisan, super gerrymandered legislature if the citizens of Ohio vote yes on 1. That's important. We had David Pepper, you talked to him before, rolling here on this network, who was in the Ohio legislature, who was saying the only way you're going to beat these people is at the local level, the state level. But I'm saying all that as a prelude to this. Mark Robinson, of course, we laugh, the guys, but he's black. Meaning, if he were white, that wouldn't have disqualified him.
Right.
Donald Trump is mentally ill. He's got all these problems. He's convicted felon. Of course, he could vote in Florida because in New York, convicted felons who are not in jail can vote. This country is faced with the problem that we've known all along. This is white supremacy. Yeah. This shouldn't even be close. This is a multiracial, multi-class, good-feeling, competent. I mean, I read something today that it shocked me, and I'm embarrassed to say I didn't know this. The only person running on the top of a national ticket who has served in all 3 branches of government is Kamala Harris. This shouldn't even be close. This man is a sexual assaulting piece of garbage. Right. And I'm going to use that word tonight the way it should be used. The point is this. The fact that this is close should scare the shit out of us.
Can I say something, Greg, to your point? You know, since the founding of this country, we have been dealing with the same people. Make no mistake, it is the same people. And it's a systemic failure by thinking, oh, they're just fringe element, you know, on the fringe, and they're just conspiracy theorists. No, they have never been dealt with. They have never been dealt with. They have had carte blanche to own as many weapons as they want, to have as much property as they want. They have had carte blanche in this country since the founding of this country, and I'm tired of it. My family has been here before the founding of America. Come on. Okay? And it has been the same people.
Right.
It is enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
And that property is to include people, which is why I have rightfully called him on this network who he is. He's the son of a Klansman. And I'm glad that New York, unfortunately, got to see in the 21st century at Madison Square Garden, the son of a Klansman produced a Klan rally in New York, not in Georgia, not in Alabama, not in South Carolina, not in North Carolina, right there in New York. This is what we have always been up against.
But I mean, the tragedy of it is, it's not disqualifying.
Right.
Exactly.
Never has been. Never has been.
He still carry Miami-Dade, he still carry the middle of Florida, which is filled with Latinx folk.
But you also see some shifts. Here's an example. In Atlanta's Fayette County, Trump won that by 7 in 2020. He's only up 2 here. And again, what they're monitoring, if he keeps losing ground in suburban counties with that black turnout,
that's right,
may not win Georgia. Now, if you look at New York Times and the Hill and the rest of these people, they're predicting Trump a 61% chance of still winning. New York Times is predicting 278 electoral college votes. But they're factoring in him winning Georgia, North Carolina, and one of one of the blue wall states. But what we also are seeing, Rebecca, significant lines in Pennsylvania. We're seeing their Vice President Kamala Harris overperforming in Allegheny County, even over Biden to him as well. And so at the end of the day, just like in 2016, this election will come down again to that blue wall. At the end, she wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. She wins. If she's able to flip one of these, North Carolina or Georgia, we'll see. Trump spent a considerable amount of time closing in North Carolina. But Georgia, let's see, will black folks come through in massive numbers? And then those suburban votes, Georgia, so it actually may come down to Georgia as well.
So a couple points. One thing I want to point out about Georgia, Fulton County as well as Cobb County, the precincts that you just talked about where they're extending the vote, if you read the judge's orders, one thing that is clear, I just want people to pay attention to, if you join the line during that extension time, you will be given a provisional ballot, not a regular ballot. If you are in line before the normal cutoff time, before the extended time, you will get a regular ballot. So for those of you who are standing in line now, you're getting a provisional ballot. I need you to focus over the next 3 days to make sure that you're following up on your ballot, you're making sure it's actually counted, or if you need to do a curing process is making your ballot whole so it's actually counted. That's so very important if you are in Cobb County or if you're in Clayton County. The other thing that I want to talk about, we talked about the echo chamber that the Republicans have through media. One of the things that the black community used to have a lot more before we got so stuck in respectability is the streets. Why haven't the streets been more engaged? You have the preachers, you have the pimps, you have the businessmen, you have the thugs, you got the drug dealers. All of them can vote too if their rights are still there. So what are we doing to engage all of these parts of our community, even the ones we don't want to talk about, but we know they're in our families? They're also a part of the community. I was thinking when Big Meech just got released out of prison, and I was thinking about, I'm not glorifying drug culture, but one thing that I will say, if he was the family that owned who were the white drug dealers in this country that really pushed meth, if he would have been pushed on the New York Stock Exchange, he would have rivaled and circled several blue chip companies. So the reason why I'm talking about the streets is there is a critical infrastructure there. And if we are to move forward as a community, it has to involve everybody.
Hi, I'm Monday Robinson. We're the founder of Black Voter Project. That's our field program. We're the only organization in the country doing that. This is why Win for Black Men is so important, but it's also why we organize the 56% of black men who don't see themselves in politics. They're already registered to vote. There's 9.6 million people in this country, black men, that are already registered. 56% of them are not college educated, not business owners, not in a position to own business. Most of them are justice system impacted, not convicted felons. We don't call people that. Justice system impacted. Most of them are in gangs. Most of them are living with their backs against the raised edge of the wall, and they are also part of our program. This is exactly what we do all the time. Roland and I have these conversations 2 o'clock in the morning screaming at each other about strategy. Not that one is more important than the other, that they can't exist without each other. And I think people think because we don't see it in our spaces, it don't exist, but we organize gang members.
But you only see it through engagement through rappers, and that's
No, we don't do that shit.
No, what
Excuse my
I'm saying
language.
is, what I'm saying is, what you see is the engagement.
Yeah, but that's not even.
But again, what you see is driven by immediate narrative.
Exactly.
And so they will focus on a sexy red. They'll focus on what Waka Flocka, anybody is doing, because they're actually not locked in to a ground game. I'm going to go to a break, folks. We're getting results in. We're watching all of these states, looking at U.S. Senate races, looking at the presidential race, also some state races. Y'all stay tuned right here on the Black Star Network for Election Night 2024.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation. only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shootings.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
A lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shootings.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is roland@rolandsmartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Howard University. This is a live shot of what's happening on the campus there. It is jam-packed as folks are awaiting election results. They are, of course, hoping to see the first HBCU graduate become president of the United States, the first female president of the United States. And, of course, AKAs are real hopeful that they will have one of their own as president of the United States. And so it's already jam-packed. They have shut down the campus for the entire week, getting ready for this night. The president of Howard just finished speaking moments ago. We're monitoring these results. Again, when you look at the map already, and people are sort of freaking out, understand typically many of your red states come in first, places like Indiana, places like Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. But of course, those critical battleground states, we're also looking at Virginia and other places as well. Let's go out to Howard. Tatiana Anderson is there. Tatiana, what's happening? All right, y'all let me know when she's ready, and I'll go to her for, she's ready? All right, Tatiana, tell us what's happening on the campus of HU.
5, 6, anything.
All right, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
All right, so Tatiana cannot hear me yet, so guys, let me know when she can. We have a reset here of our panelists, and so we've got a number of folks in here. Like I say, many of our regulars on the panel as well. Legal analyst Candy Kelly. To my right, what's happening? We got, of course, Scott Bolden. Of course, I told y'all we allow Kappas on, so that's boring. That's boring. Kelly Bethea here. Of course, we got Michael Imhotep, African History Network show. I'm a Congo Domingo Senior, Professor of Lecture School of International Service, American University. About Avis Jones DeWeaver here as well. Teresa Lundy, of course, out of Philadelphia. London Communications. We also have Joe Richardson, a civil rights attorney out of Los Angeles. Of course, we got Randy, the DEI disruptor, sitting over here. And so, of course, I'm sure she saw Dr. Phil's speech at the Trump 8-Palooza. Was like, what the hell? And, of course, Delina Porter formerly with the State Department. So glad to have everybody here. Guys, do we have Tatiana? All right, so y'all getting that reset. All right, so let's get right to it. Look, listen, people are sitting in Texas. They're sitting here. I'm in Congo. They're nervous. They're like, oh, my God, what's going on? And I'm like, okay, everybody got to breathe. At the end of the day, voters have the opportunity. You got to count ballots. There are lots of lines, long lines, and so you just got to just chill and wait.
Yeah, this is the reason why we offered a bunch of free yoga classes this week. Because folks are freaking out. And this is just part of the process. And I'm really nervous for a lot of the younger voters, first-timers who are really watching this whole process. And it's like, oh, my gosh, you know, he's won 2 states, and they think it's going to be over. But I think this is important for all of us who have been doing this work to really use this as a teachable moment for so many people out there, because this is just a process. And we understand that Election day is not really election day. It could be election week, election month, depending on what's going on. We got people in some of these other states that are going to try to pull some shenanigans with Trump's little secret to try to get to what's going to happen with December 11th and all this electoral college stuff they're going to try to play games with. So I think that people have to be patient and still stay engaged in the process consistently, because this is what it's supposed to be about if we stay engaged and focused.
Right. And again, there are crucial states. When we start looking at the map here, Teresa, Pennsylvania is one of those states. Right now, if you look at the New York Times, others are listening as a toss-up. And it's going to come down to every single vote that matters. And so everyone is parsing those numbers. And so that blue wall is critical. It was critical for Hillary Clinton in 2016. It didn't happen. Donald Trump won by 77,000 votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Vice President Harris and her team hope that that's not the case in 2024.
Well, listen, I
want to say Teresa.
Love that. In 2020, I think what Pennsylvania has seen is not only that we are a battleground state, we have been a battleground state since 2016, and then in 2020. But what we have seen now with this presidential election, we have seen a double turnout. 500,000 is probably going to be the margin of the increase that we will see in Pennsylvania. And I think that is a lot because of the energy. It is the hope. It is the messaging that the Harris campaign has put on the ground game, but also the engagement. And I think a lot of that is what we're just going to see overnight. Pennsylvania is going to win. We have 67 counties. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh is one of the top priorities. We just had 2 concerts there yesterday where Kamala showed up at the same exact time. And I think that was amazing in itself, right? How do you get, if you're driving 5 hours, but she also took a flight. So it was 40 minutes, but she came there, she resonated, and the people that were there to support her. So I think, the amount of energy and the amount of turnout that we've seen that we haven't seen in the previous elections outside of this one is really going to show a difference.
Michael, we only have less than 10% of the people vote numbers in Michigan, slight lead for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Right.
Again, Michigan, one of those critical states. She was in Michigan State on Sunday. We were there in Flint. They were there in Flint on Saturday as well. Governor Tim Walz was there. And what we're looking at is turnout, specifically in Detroit, also looking at what's going to be the impact of the Muslim Arab American vote in Michigan. Are they going to penalize her because of the Biden administration's policy when it comes to Israel and what's happening in Gaza?
Absolutely. The energy on the ground has been phenomenal. I've seen it. I've talked to people involved in different groups organizing African Americans, especially messaging African Americans. We saw good early voting numbers as well in Detroit. And we know for Michigan, you had 3.2 million who voted early, either absentee or in-person voting. We know right now they've started counting the ballots in Michigan. Vice President Kamala Harris has started out with an early lead. Hopefully she'll pull out Michigan. We know it has been the focus of a number of visits. Tim Walz was just in downtown Detroit yesterday with Bon Jovi. Friday, I should say.
No, it was last night. It was last night.
Yeah, last night with Bon Jovi as well. And yes, you've had massive efforts to convince the Arab American community to vote for Harris and Walz. Premier Jayapal, Representative Premier Jayapal was in Detroit talking with these organizations, explaining to them what's at stake, and you have a better chance for a better outcome with Vice President Kamala Harris. But also, she also stressed that the Harris administration would be one that would not penalize you for protesting as well, like the Trump administration would. So you have these different factors taking place.
We're, of course, folks looking at Georgia as well. Go to my iPad. You got less than 200,000 vote difference with some 65% of the ballots in. But as expected, a lot of those large black counties, the votes are not in yet. And so we're looking at Fulton County as an example. Let's go to Howard University. We have Tatiana Anderson, who is there for us. Tatiana, set the scene for us. What's happening at HU?
This was billed as a watch party, as I said earlier, and it certainly is. I mean, in between when you're hearing the DJ behind me, results are obviously coming in. You're discussing it there in the studio. But when they do come in, the organizers are cutting the DJ. They're putting CNN on the big screen, and they're sharing the results with the people who are here in the yard tonight. And not surprisingly, when news comes in that Harris has won a state like Michigan, Michigan or Pennsylvania, the crowd absolutely goes wild when it hears that former President Donald Trump has won a state like Florida. Of course, there are boos and jeers. Not a shocker, but it has been a hard-fought race to the finish here for former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris in just about 3 months. I mean, she really went from being the VP on the Biden ticket to the candidate actually herself. And tonight, it's been a whirlwind presidential campaign for her, and it will all come to an end very soon. She's essentially been running for 3 months compared to Donald Trump, who has been running for about 9 years. So the big question on everyone's minds here at Howard University and across the nation is who's going to win. And while it's still too early to tell, you know, anything can happen in a race like this, Roland. And you know that, I know that. I recall being at the Javits Center in 2016. I was covering then presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. At about 2 a.m., you'll recall that's when John Podesta came out and said, you know what, everybody go home, get some rest. We're going to wait just a little while longer. You know, Clinton did an amazing job. We're all really proud of her, but can't we just wait a little longer? I think those were his exact words. Well, as I walked back to my hotel at that time, it was pretty clear who had won. And it was a night that the Clinton campaign thought would change the United States forever, and it certainly did, except for President Donald Trump was the winner. So I am no predictor of elections. That is not my job here tonight, Roland, but things are close. The crowd is on edge. They're taking the wins when they get them. This party definitely underway. It's formally started. We had the president of Howard University come out earlier and talk about the legacy of this institution, the Divine Nine, the unity that has been shaped on this campus. So far tonight, it's been a very unified vibe. People are excited. They're looking forward to what's happening next. But as you know, Roland, it's not over till it's over. You're covering it. I'm covering it. We'll be here all night for you.
All right. Tatiana, we certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Go to my iPad. About a minute ago, Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter, posted this. He said people are still in line in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's 9:07 p.m. Eastern. And so this is the video that he posted about 1 minute ago.
And 8:50, polls closed here in Charlotte at 7:30 in North Carolina, but we are at a polling place that still has a line. I'm gonna show you a line in a second. You might be able to see it behind me back there by the lights and the trees. But we came up, we came over here. What is this? Somebody's birthday? Today's the day. Oh, election day. We out here with the blackest bus in America. Because we decided to go. Oh, there's Danielle. One of our
Celebrating voters.
Celebrating. Blackest bus in America decided to pull up to this polling place so that we could give a little encouragement, a little music. We could turn this long line into a polling place party. So we are out here with the folks, and I'm gonna walk on down and show y'all what this line is looking like down here. But yes, you know, so it's 8:50. That means that folks have been on this line for at least an hour, 20 minutes. And some people we're hearing have been on the line for like 3 hours. So, you know, if you watching these results coming in and you waiting on North Carolina and you waiting on Charlotte, Mecklenburg's results to come in, you know, we still got a couple places like this that you may not hear from. You may not get results for another couple of hours, and it looks like it's a lot of young folks. You know, this is the university library, so as you can imagine, it's near the university. But I'm gonna turn it around, and you can see that's the library. And you can see the line, you can see the line, you can see the line, you can see a tent over there with some folks, I think have food. Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
Good, good. Yeah. So again, we are in Charlotte, Mecklenburg.
So, so Cliff, again, posted that at 8:50 and closed at 7:30. Candace, that tells you, look, folks are not leaving. I just saw one tweet that came from the Democratic Coalition saying, if you posted 1 minute ago, if you're in line, stay in line. And so at the end of the day, look, if you're in line, your ballot counts.
Yeah, if you're in line, your ballot counts, and sometimes that's what it takes. You have to be patient, just like we have to be patient for this process to kind of pan out, even if it's going to be for the next couple of weeks. But I think that one of the things that's really important, that's just the takeaway when I look at the crowds at Howard University, where I went to college, HU, and just all the excitement, what we're really seeing from people waiting in line, from people sitting out there and seeing that this could possibly be the first woman of color to be the president of the United States, we're really seeing a civic lesson in action. And I think that that's a really important part for people to see. Back in 2020, we talked about the electors and what they meant. People knew more about it and really understood what all that was about. And now we're really thinking about these voting blocks in such a different way, where we can't talk about it anymore with just the black vote and the white vote and the female vote. It's really sectored and kind of there are levels to it that we need to understand. And I think all of that we're just understanding about this process is not only good to have the patience to stand in line for and understand that all that's happening, but I think it builds a better humanity in that people will finally say, listen, maybe I am a part of this. My vote really is counting. I am seeing this in real time. Like, we are all a part of history tonight, and that is very exciting. And I'm thinking about the next generation that's coming along and seeing all these people kind of wait in line. When we think about the people who came before us, we don't have videos of those people waiting in line, right? We have sometimes, but in terms of real life, looking at it and how we're still making history right now in the moment, it's very important for people to see. Very important.
When we look at what's going on here, again, probably I would say, Avis, as I said to Congo, the thing I would say to anybody is calm the hell down. I mean, votes got to be counted. If you did everything that you could, if you call, if you phone bank, if you canvass, if you push stuff out on social media, then it really comes down to the voters. And the people keep hitting me, and I'm like, yo, why you been anxious, nervous, and freaking all out? I mean, you just have to wait.
Absolutely. And here's what they need to remember, right? The most populous areas, obviously, is the most votes.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a little while.
Yeah.
And I tell you, I'm very excited to hear about people still in line in Charlotte, because we know what Charlotte was like, okay? And that tells me that something powerful is happening in North Carolina. You know, if we end this night with a North Carolina for Kamala Harris, I think that could be the beginning of a blue wave that nobody's really expecting tonight. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen. But just like you said, we need to be a little patient. It's going to come in.
Scott?
Yeah, if she wins North Carolina, that takes a lot of pressure off the blue wall.
Yes.
Right. And Trump is going to have to find another way to 270, and there's not as much pressure. I mean, Roland and I were together, but some of you all in 2016, and it started off the same way. We were at a restaurant with the Urban One team and folks, and I got to tell you, when the first blue wall state fell, right? When it fell, that's the first time we got real nervous that we were going to have Trump in the White House. But before then, we were pretty festive. Things were going the way they were supposed to go. He won Florida. Remember, the red states count better than the blue states. They just do it more efficient. One thing to watch, though, is Wisconsin. And all these other states report. Wisconsin's not going to report tonight probably because they don't start counting the absentee and the pre-vote before Election Day until tonight. And so it's really...
And that's because Republicans
blocked
changed the law and
to
said it that
change
way, yes.
Exactly. So that they could make an argument of voter fraud down the line. I mean, understand the strategy of theirs, which is voter suppression, voter legal arguments. What's more important is this time, though, the Trump administration isn't in office, but the Democrats are in office. They've never won a lawsuit, election day fraud and what have you, and so that's going in our favor. But we got to win big. If it's close, we're going to fight for 30-plus days. And if it gets to the Supreme Court, they're no friends of ours, historically. They just aren't, guys. And so I hope that black men came out and voted. I hope our Arab American friends fell our way because if you didn't vote or you voted for Trump, you voted for round 2 or 2.0 of a Muslim ban. And so you have all these subtopics going on in this race, including Kamala Harris being one of ours, you know, steeped in African tradition and history and culture. Barack Obama wasn't, but Harris is an AKA, right? I don't know whether she's a link or not, but she went to an HBCU. She's a link. And she's seeped in these black traditions that we can identify with. Young people who are thinking about going to college, she's putting Howard University on the map. She's putting the Divine Nine on the map, front and center on the national dialogue and discourse. We never had that before. That's why there's so much pride in it, whatever fraternity or sorority you are in. And so this is huge for our communities of color. It's huge. So I think you're right, Roland, about the patience piece. And I also think that if she flips North Carolina or another state, that takes the pressure off the blue wall.
Well, Jelena, the thing, again, what happened was Scott talked about 8 years ago. What actually caused a lot of the consternation was when we got to 10 o'clock and Virginia had been called. Virginia had not been called.
Right.
And then I remember it was 10:30 and Virginia still had not been called. And that's when I said, and I'll never forget, we were the then president of TV One, so we were all there. And so we're in the break, he comes up to me, he's like, Roland, the people here getting nervous, do something. I was like, what the fuck? I said, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And he was like, and he said, I forgot what he said to me, and I literally said, go sit your ass down. And I literally turned to the executive. I said, if he comes to talk to me again, I'm gonna cuss his ass out. You know, I did. I had to cuss him out. He knew I did, because it was like, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I said, I can't. I said, we see what's actually happening. And then all of a sudden, again, when Virginia was extremely close, and then all of a sudden you begin to see you know, how it was going, and the closer you got to midnight and 12, and so that's why I saw one post. They said they called Virginia for Harris. I'm looking to see who else has called that, because again, I'm looking at the clock to see what that comes down to. But again, I'm also reminding folks 2020, Biden Harris. First of all, what election wasn't called to what, Friday, Saturday?
Right.
It was Saturday.
Right.
And if you look at 2020. They only won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. And then you look at, it wasn't a large margin in Michigan. And then it was 10,700 or so, 11,000 whatever in Georgia, 10,000 in Arizona. And so it was a much larger win in Pennsylvania. But that's what we're looking at here. Again, we're not going to know, I think probably the closer we get to midnight to see how this shapes up. And then we'll see if those black counties in Georgia, if they're able to come roaring through as they normally are late. And so usually when it's about 75% of the ballots in, all of a sudden, that's when CP time works for us. Because those black votes, they kick in, and all of a sudden, you see that lead just going down. And so, and that's the thing. And so, again, you do all you can, and you have to wait to see what the results are.
Well, let me just tell y'all, my black vote was on time this year because I was an early vote. I voted last week. I made sure to do that. But to your point about people having frenzy and everything, what did they say last week? Keep Kamala and carry Angela. So I think that's what we need to start saying to everybody before we start cussing them out. But I want to go back to 2016, and I still have a little PTSD, and this is what I wanted to say about Pennsylvania. I was on the ground canvassing for Hillary. You know, I believed in it. There was a busload of us who went there. We were in Philly. The campaign gave us our marching orders. And diplomatically, I think a lot more obviously could have been done. And as someone who was there, we were in Rittenhouse Square. And listen, I'm not from Philly, but I knew it was a nice area. And I knew that every door that I knocked on, they were like, we know where our polling places, we know who we're voting for, get out of our faces. But we weren't going anywhere where there were black voters. And that was a place where she should have won. But, you know, I think there was a lot more work. And in contrast, I think this campaign has been extremely thoughtful. They have been everywhere from Bucks County to Pittsburgh to, you know, everywhere across the state, and people have been on the ground. So they've been a lot more thoughtful. And I'm not saying I'm calling it, but they have been they put everything on the line in Pennsylvania. So I
they
think,
got a lot more money now, too.
yeah, they do. They did. And now a lot of people here fundraise to make sure that they did. But I'm just saying, even when it comes to making sure people on the ground, we're not ignoring our voters or people, even rural voters, or, you know, and to your point, this campaign has been very thoughtful in coalition building, you know, bringing people from across the aisle, bringing people, she's like, I know you may not even vote for me, or people who, you know, obviously paying attention to people who are making this, you know, one issue voters, and obviously, like you said, people who have issues over, you know, ISPAL and in Gaza. And I think, I mean, this is my personal opinion, obviously, I'm who am I, but I feel like if you don't vote, I mean, this is, you shouldn't have any say in the civic process. You shouldn't be able to call your member of Congress afterwards. You shouldn't be able to have Twitter fingers or do anything, because you are, in essence, giving someone else the right. You're agreeing what's going on. You make it easy for anybody else, especially if it's somebody that, you know, has proven that they'll be a dictator, do whatever they want to do to you. So I hope that, I mean, and I think that's probably the hardest demographic to reach out to. But I mean, you know, how haughty do you have to be to just say, I'm just not going to vote? Right.
And 1/3 of Americans still do not vote.
Right.
You know, but if you don't vote, like you said,
Right.
you can't complain about anything. You can't complain about the traffic.
I
That's all in your vote.
exactly.
You can't complain about anything.
I always say, voters, shut the hell up.
Right.
Okay.
I believe those people who don't vote are actually some of the biggest complainers that we run across.
Right.
Right.
They fuss too
I
much.
almost feel as if they that's their duty, is to complain. You know, they say there's some people who do, and some people who judge others that do. I think those people really just don't do. They're not active. They would rather just complain, and they're not a part of the process. They were more so creating chaos.
But where does that really get them?
I don't think that's the point. I think I really believe some people get satisfaction with just commentating and complaining.
Some
I really
people
do.
in their
And
basements?
participating.
Well,
Absolutely.
It's like being
Oh,
the fifth quarter quarterback or Monday night quarterbacking.
Absolutely.
You know, like they don't feel like they have anything to contribute in the moment because, frankly, a lot of them don't. But this is the one time that you do have something to do with this because it is your right as an American to vote. And I don't think that fact has been hit home as often as it should, as pervasive as it should be. It is like I'm convincing family members to go vote, you know, and
Well, I think some people have gotten so far left that have fallen off the cliff, right? Like they've decided the system doesn't work. You oftentimes hear, you know, it doesn't make a difference what I do. And so that they see themselves as revolutionaries and they just won't involve themselves in the system. And my argument to them is, work to change the system. I'm fine with that. But while you work to change the system, participate in the system that we have today.
Be civically engaged.
But Joe, here's the deal, though. Those very same people, when their asses get in trouble, they call a system.
Absolutely.
I mean,
First people.
I hear that crap all the time. But if a hurricane hits, a flood hits, your ass calling the system.
Absolutely.
And so, and that's the problem. And so this notion of somehow, look, I can check out until you need some help. And then people like, well, why aren't they showing up? Well, your ass didn't show up.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you know, we have to deal with the fact that we're going to be affected by this system, whether we participate in it or not. And as a lawyer, as a civil rights lawyer, you know, and Scott knows what I'm talking about. People love to complain, and then they come to you to fix problems. Sometimes they've had two or three lawyers.
People hate the lawyers in the media.
Right, yeah, that's
and when
right.
they get their ass in trouble,
that's right.
they call lawyers in the
blow me
media.
up. Listen, they were blowing me up today, okay? And so and I'm like, but you've got to participate in the system. Notwithstanding all of these issues, all of these things, those of us that got folk we love, relatives and whatnot, that we got to convince to vote, we got to twist arms or whatever else. We're still at the door here, if you look at it. This is what's frustrating about those that don't want to give power. The whole idea is that you go back to Obama. Obama won twice. Then we had a woman that should have won. Then we had a woman that was vice president, and that's at the door of being president. I would like to think that this silent majority, I'm looking for a reverse Bradley effect. I'm looking for white women that aren't telling their husbands that they're going to vote for, they're going to vote for Harris, and they're going to have an argument about it on the back end.
Look, you're seeing, go to my iPad, this is North Carolina, 51% of the votes are in, but you're seeing how close it is. Harris down by less than 80,000 votes. Of course, Biden lost this state by 2.5 points. in 2020. And so again, we're seeing what happens in those black counties. That is not a large margin there when you talk about North Carolina. And then of course I was looking at what I was seeing. We talk about Georgia with those numbers, less than 200,000. And then when you looked at what's outstanding, 22% of Fulton County is still out. 27% of DeKalb County is still out. Hold on, and 16% of Clayton. So you have three major black counties in Georgia where you have a lot of votes that are still out. And so again, that's tight as well. And so you look. So again, you can, if you win Georgia or North Carolina, you can lose a Wisconsin and still win, or lose a Michigan, because when you look at the electoral college map. And so let's look at. I was looking at some Senate races in Texas. They've called the race for Trump with 64% in. He's up by about 750,000 votes there. But in the U.S. Senate race, it's about a 4-point lead there for Ted Cruz. So he's up by a little under 500,000 votes there against Congressman Colin Allred. And so that's what's happening there in Texas. Other Senate races we've been looking at. Let me see what's happening in Montana. Of course, incumbent John Tester was facing a serious race there for U.S. Senate race. Their results are not in yet, and so we're still waiting on that. And then we're still waiting, of course, Arizona, that particular Senate race as well. As we said, Nevada. This is what's happening in Nevada. So many young voters, their signature when they signed up at the DMV on the pads doesn't match their actual signature. Now, anybody who has gone into a convenience store and when you sign on that pad, you just sort of just scribble whatever the hell. The problem is that actually becomes your signature on your ID. And so when you sign your ballot, they're matching your ID to the ballot.
And it doesn't match.
And it doesn't match. And so now they're trying to call those folks. So I saw one item, some 19,000 young voters, and they're trying to reach them to cure their ballot because the signatures is not matching.
Again, patience.
Yes, it's happening right now. Yes,
right now.
And that's why. And then those 19,000 are crucial because Republicans led in early voting, and so Democrats got a huge turnout today. That's 19,000 votes.
And that's going to be part of the setup, though, because we will look at that, and we will look at mailboxes that have been blown up, and we look at threats from and people had to be removed from certain counting facilities. That is where we're going to be in court after. That's what's going to prolong this forever. Even now, we have had about 215 lawsuits that have been filed, right? So, and that's more than it was in 2020. So this is part of the setup. This is what's going to be in legal papers.
U.S. Senate race in Ohio we're paying attention to. Incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown is down by about 100,000 votes to Bernie Moreno. Again, that's a seat Democrats must hold on to. They expected to lose West Virginia because Joe Manchin retired. And so you can call that a 705. So they could not lose another one. So if they lose Montana, then that changes the ball game. So they can't. They couldn't lose Arizona, couldn't lose Nevada, couldn't lose Ohio, and they were hoping for a pickup, miracle either in Texas or Florida. That's not happening, and so that's another race that we're watching. I told you earlier the abortion measure in Florida failed. Well, the marijuana measure in Florida also failed. Because in Florida, the threshold, again, is 60%, and the abortion measure got about 58.4%. And so the marijuana piece failed as well. Governor Ron DeSantis was against both of those. The abortion vote, the amendment was very interesting because earlier today, reporters kept asking Trump, did he vote for or against it? He refused to answer.
Right.
He literally said, "Stop asking me about it."
Yep.
Right.
He's like, "Well, you don't want to keep bringing up Roe v. Wade.
Right.
Like, what's the problem? Why won't you actually talk about it?"
Father of the
right.
IVC.
So you see what's happening there. Teresa, what are you hearing out of Pennsylvania?
Well, it's interesting. I just seen an article here. It says multiple bomb threats reported at polling places in key Pennsylvania counties. Locations in Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, Philadelphia counties were the subject of threats, as well as several counties outside of the metro region, but it seems to be a hoax. So, but it looks like they were evacuated and now request to extend voting hours past 8 p.m.
Yeah, now it's real early there. Only 26% of the vote in Pennsylvania is showing Harris up 55-43. But again, that's very, very early. And even if you look at the U.S. Senate race there, it's showing Bob Casey up 55-41 against David McCormick. So that's only 26% of the vote in. So we'll keep watching that to see what those numbers look like as well. And so we'll take a look at that. Let's look at one of the things that I'm going to also bring up here. We're paying attention to what's happening with the U.S. House. That's also going to be critical because if Democrats pick up seats in New York as they expected, or even in California, you got the Opportunity District down there in Alabama, as well as in Louisiana. That could determine whether or not Hakeem Jeffries becomes Speaker of the House. Congo.
Look, I think at the end of the day, we need to continue to pay attention to all of these races because people just focus so much on the Senate, focus on the presidency. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans that are going to be going on between now and January 6th that are going to involve the House. And Mike Johnson, who was one of the architects of the original Stop the Steal work that they were doing, he's had 4 years to plot with Trump about what they were going to do right now. And so when Trump talks about we got something else planned, we got to believe that. And so I think every particular section of the House, people need to really pay attention to, because if we don't get that, and then when we see what's happening with some of these Senate races in Ohio and so on and so forth, there can be a lot going on right now. And so I'm really hoping that a lot of our people are going to come through as some of these other polls close and some of these other things with these bomb threats and other. But we also have people who are in these polls and who are watching the count, who are shady people, who are insurrectionists, who are Stop the Steal people, who are all of that. And so they got plans behind the plans, right? And I think that it's important that we got our poll watchers out there, that we got our lawyers on tap right now as well, because we're going to need to fight this every single way and every single day. Even if she takes everything tonight, it's not going to end. Our number one thing is to stop anything from getting to the Supreme Court, right? And so the more things we can stop up front, the less we have to worry about.
You know, the voting machines, there are always voting machines that don't work in certain jurisdictions. Always. The fact that a voting machine doesn't work, one of the jurisdictions, the doors weren't closed on a voting machine, and so out of an abundance of caution, you couldn't get into it, but they're starting the recount. It was one of the swing states, I think. And let's be clear, the fact that a voting machine doesn't work and the votes have to be retabulated out of abundance of caution is not a grounds for legal appeal. It really isn't, because unless you're getting rid of those votes or those votes are destroyed, then you're gonna, then as long as they're counted, and it may take a day or two if you start late, which they're doing, then, you know, there's no real basis for a legal challenge. The other thing to remember is all the stuff that's going to go on after the election. Let me tell you something. The Dems are in control of the government. They're not in control of the Supreme Court, right? But I got to tell you, precedent, it matters in these voting rights cases. It does. And so whatever the lower circuits do, if Trump has the money and he wants to file and file and file, what's different is he's on the outside looking in. He's not on the inside looking out this time. And so we have certain minimal solace in that. But you got to believe this, that Mark Elias and others have never lost a voting rights or voter fraud case post a presidential election. They've never lost. State court, federal court, it doesn't really matter. And so the judiciary will be really important. If it gets to the Supreme Court, right, then we got to worry. Because I can tell you that while you may have some moderate Republicans there, they fall in line. They do. Which is why I hope that this race isn't as close as we're calling it. The other thing is I want to share is Pennsylvania just fascinates me, Roland, because it's a big union town. Whether you get the union endorsement or not, I was reading a report today that said one of the reasons that it's really close is that there are a large number of white, male, uneducated voters, low propensity and strong propensity, white, male, uneducated voters in Pennsylvania that are keeping those numbers tight. That's really it.
Why does it fascinate you? Everybody knows that Pennsylvania. No. First of all, what you just described is Alabama.
Yeah, but that's Pennsylvania. We know we're in the Northeast.
No, it doesn't matter. Okay. Outside of Pittsburgh, Scott. Outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is Alabama.
Yes.
Listen, you got
a higher percentage of them than a number of other states. And when you look at the gender gap,
they are uneducated. They are broke.
And
they
Trump
are broke,
men,
uneducated white people. They are rural white people. Literally, if you go through Pennsylvania, Teresa, you know this. You go through Pennsylvania. Once you get outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, the suburbs. You seeing red.
Yeah.
It's literally the exact same thing. One of the reasons why folks talked about Obama picking Biden in 2008 was to appeal to those folks in Scranton. And what has happened when you look at, you mentioned the union piece, look what happened. Firefighters did not endorse Vice President Kamala Harris. The last time they did endorse was Hillary Clinton. They always endorse Democrats. They chose not to endorse a woman, so we know how firefighters feel. But you got the Teamsters. Even though she
put
cast
money in
but even though she cast a tying vote, they are still voting on culture. And this is the thing that we have to understand, that what's going on here. All this talk in 2016 was about, their economic anxiety. No, white people have been voting against their economic interests since the end of slavery. They have been. And so we have to understand that whiteness is real and the culture of whiteness is real. And so Trump pushes their buttons. He pushes their button on immigration. They think they're getting replaced. They think, and all this sort of stuff.
Immigrants are taking their jobs.
And we see that in Pennsylvania. We see it in Wisconsin. We see it in Michigan. And so it's right there. And so you got these farmers who lost dairy farms in Wisconsin when Trump was in there. People who literally lost their family farms but still said they're going to vote for Trump. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? Even when you talk about this notion of who fights for the working class, the New York Times had a story how they're battling it out. I'm sorry, I need somebody to show me a Republican agenda that actually positively impacts the working class. It doesn't. But what they've done is they have scripted this whole deal about, we're for the working class, we're for the working class, and they are, and the working class people are voting for companies who are doing stock buyback options, cutting their wages, not want to pay them, won't let them unionize, and they like, but that's my man. What the hell?
Exactly.
Exactly. And I think one of the guests said it last.
They don't need to be studied. They white.
Just the obsession with white supremacy, and this is obviously a global
phenomenon. No, what it is right now is they are. What's happening right now? All of the talk, all you keep saying, they are deathly afraid of the nation becoming a nation of majority people of color. And so everything.
It's happening. But data will tell you that's happening.
But if all you have, the only power you have is being white. I mean, that is it, because you are not doing well financially. You don't have a great job. You need to blame someone else. So the reason why you don't have a job, according to Trump and his cronies, is because of the immigrants are taking your job. And they're going to take your black jobs too, right? And so they create this, they create a fear, and they also create this, it's not your fault. You are not failing in America. It's somebody else's fault. And it makes them feel good about themselves. So it is all about whiteness and protecting whiteness, because the lowest black man, as we've always talked about, feels as if he's better than the most educated, successful black man. And they don't want to let go of that.
And divide and conquer has always worked.
And it has always
That's why it works in Alabama. That's why it works in Pennsylvania. And so, you know, there's bad news, you're poor, but there's good news, you're white.
Yeah, let's talk about white
So
corporations.
better than somebody, right? Who's better than this one?
Let's talk about white corporations in America and immigration that never gets talked about, right?
Right,
I was just down in Mexico, right, working. And let me tell you something. I saw billboards of major corporations in Mexico and even in Bogota, Colombia, recruiting immigrants to come work for their company.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The greatest irony of all. That's not in the narrative.
Did you see one of Dave McCormick's companies? The guy running for U.S. Senate against Bob Casey. Did you see one of his billboards down there?
I did not. But they were there. But these billboards were there. I mean, it is the greatest con, the Republicans and the working class and that relation, how they've convinced the working class and the poor white least lost and left out as to why they should vote Republican, which is against their interests, versus Dems.
It's not just blame shifting.
It was lies. It's just lied to them. They believe it.
They're lying to them for sure, but it's not just the fact that they're creating a boogeyman. Trump is a representation of the whiteness that they want to be, right?
So even that they think that they are. I mean, they really honestly see themselves.
But for those who are uneducated and, you know, it's aspirational.
Well,
That's exactly what
I
it
think
is.
also when we're having this conversation about whiteness, you do have to factor in, because I'm looking at, and again, I'm not sold on exit polls at all. But when you NBC, according to their exit poll data, that 53% Latino voters are breaking for Harris, 45% for Trump. In 2020, it was 65% Latinos for Biden, 32% for Trump. And I've said this, somebody who's from Texas, and I understand there are white Hispanics.
Right. Absolutely.
And
who believe they're white.
And we have to understand,
Certainly white
when
adjacent.
Trump has been talking about immigration, you got a lot of Latinos who are like, send ass back. So I think when we are having these conversations and we're saying black and brown, we got to be real careful, because it's actually black, brown, white.
But I mean, even the whole Puerto Rico trash, the whole comedian thing, I mean, I don't think that deterred a whole lot of them, right? I think it was nice to have J-Lo and all these other people kind of come out against. But I think you go to Alexandria, you see Latinos for Trump. It did.
I think you got to factor in this when you talk about these exit polls, when you talk about Latinos, and again, being from Texas, there are folks who call themselves Latinos, some call themselves Hispanics. Some call themselves Chicanos. And so when we talk about the Latino vote, I think you have to factor in location. A Cuban, a Venezuelan in Florida is going to vote different from a Puerto Rican in New York or Pennsylvania. And then you talk about a Mexican in California, someone who's Mexican in Texas. And so it varies. And so I think we have to, that's part of the problem in terms of how political folks grapple with. Again, I keep saying repeatedly how you have to micro-target voters. And I think Democrats are going to have to realize how you micro-target black voters compared to Latino voters, because you have subsets within those groups.
That's right.
You know, I mean, you got again, one exit poll is showing that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin. I don't understand how. Like, okay, what contributed to that? But you then again got to then go into okay, if that's the case, how? Who were those voters? And our politics is coming down to micro-targeting, because we're now coming down to margins. That's what it's coming down to.
And you know, I had to put my DEI here. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I put my DEI slant on this. You know, because it's always been white and other, they don't look at us differently. And so, you know, when you look at the Latino vote or you look at Asian vote, they have their own discrimination in sections within it. So the way a person who is a Vietnamese is completely different than a person who's Japanese American. And the way they thought and the way they judge each other, and the separation also within the culture is real. And the same thing within the Latino community. The Cubans see themselves completely different than, like you said, a Mexican.
That's right.
Really, typically in that area, regardless of geographical location. And so you're saying what you're saying is exactly right, is that I don't believe that we look at the diversity within each group, and we have to start to do that and have to see people as people. It's all, only
Well,
just,
I think campaigns, I mean, and generally, you know, I'll say probably non-melanated like this group, just even the term, the BIPOC.
Oh, one second. Remember I told you in terms of when you watch the clock. So it's 9:44. They're calling Virginia for Vice President Kamala Harris. And so again, that was one of those. If you got past 10 o'clock and you got to 10:30, you got a little nervous.
Yeah.
And so again, that bodes well for. Well, that bodes well because now again you start looking at the blue wall. I just saw someone just posted this tweet and they said that that Trump could still win. What do they say? They said he could still win literally 4 different states. They said Trump could win Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and still not get to 270.
Right.
And so again, the blue wall, it has to hold.
Right, sure,
and again, if you're the Harris campaign, you're really paying attention to Georgia.
Yes.
So Decision Desk has called North Carolina for Trump. Other people are contesting that because they say 10% of Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is only in. Like how you call the state in. So we're watching that. And so again, this could come down to Georgia. It could come down to Georgia again if she doesn't win one of those three blue wall states. Michael, you want to make a point, and then I'm going to go to a break, and then I'm going to pull in our next panel.
Talking about the Asian American voter, and it's the same problem when people talk about the Latino voter. Those are very diverse groups within those. When you talk about Asian Americans, you're talking about people coming from about 26 different countries.
Exactly.
Speak different languages, different histories.
They have nationality.
They have nationality.
And they don't like each other either.
A lot of them don't like each other.
Well, not all, but go ahead. Michael, go ahead. Michael, go ahead.
When you deal with Latinos, you're dealing with some that have more African ancestry, some that have more white ancestry, who identify with being white also. You're talking about people from different countries. And for some of them, like if they come from Cuba, when you start talking about democratic socialism, they're like, oh, no, we don't want that. Okay? We're trying to get away from that. So you have to understand how to micro-target, like Roland says. But also, I talk about this on my show. 2017, The Atlantic did an extensive article, and it talked about how white working class, non-college educated voters voted for Trump. It wasn't because of economics. They said it was because of cultural anxiety. Cultural anxiety, the fear of the browning of America. And it talked about how they were voting against their own interests. And this goes to $36 billion Biden and Harris took from the American Rescue Plan to put into union pensions, auto worker pensions. Okay, saved 1 million pensions, 350,000 Teamsters.
No, 600,000 Teamsters.
600,000 Teamsters. Okay, the Associated Press, I saw 350,000. 600,000 Teamsters, 1 million auto workers in general. Okay, and then you're going to have a lot of these white, especially white male auto workers, still voting for Trump. This is one of the biggest cons. When you study the origins of the history of race in this country, and how race really evolved, this was one of the biggest cons from the ruling class being able to manipulate other groups of oppressed people and pit them against one another.
Got it.
But talking about the diversity, and I know you're about to go, but really quickly.
Actually, hold tight 1 second. In Florida, remember the state's attorney that Ron DeSantis removed from her position, Monique Worrell? And then and then of course the brother who was a judge who started kissing DeSantis' ass. Well, guess what? He can pack his shit because he lost. He lost. So Monique Worrell, go to my iPad. Monique Worrell, she has won back her state's attorney's position that DeSantis kicked her out of, and so that's critically important. Who was making a point real quick before I go to break?
Yeah, really quickly, regarding this conversation about DEI and diversity, I just wanted to shout out the Harris-Walz campaign for basically pioneering the introduction to micro-targeting in their advertising and communication strategy. I had never seen anything like it before, and as somebody who lives in DC, we're always going to be blue, right? But I still was able to be seen, right? Black woman, neurodivergent, all of those things were being reflected upon. And I can only imagine other people in red states or purple states never have been seen in commercials politically before, never have been seen in advertising before, never have been seen in the political speeches that were being touted on the campaign trail by not just Harris and Walz, but their surrogates. I just wanted to applaud that strategy.
All right, folks, got to go to a break. We will do a reset of our panel again. We're looking at the remaining states, paying attention to Georgia, North Carolina. I saw one report there's some 1.5 million votes in Georgia counties, Democrat strongholds that are still outstanding. And so we're watching that, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course the western states of Arizona and Nevada, as we are waiting to see who wins the next presidency of the United States between Vice President Kamala Harris and the Orange Dude. We'll be right back on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
A lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind $100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
A lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is RolandS.Martin.com.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair. Take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
Pull up a chair. Take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Welcome back to our 2024 election coverage here on the Black Star Network. Folks are anxious, nervous. I'm not. Again, if you watch this show and you pay any attention, to the last several election cycles, you will understand that we have close elections. You will understand how many times have I said on this show, margins, 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 margins. Here's a live shot of the crowd there at Howard University. I was seeing some reports, they said they can feel the anxiety there. But y'all, it's only 10:04 p.m.
Come on.
And so understand, matter of fact, I was looking at, here's a perfect example, in NBC, the vote margin there is 2010. And maybe they should have flipped that script, that screen at the Kamala Harris Howard University party to the Black Star Network instead of CNN, then they might calm the hell down.
Real talk.
Perfect example, Georgia. There's a 210,000 vote margin right now in Georgia. If you look at what's outstanding, stay on the Howard shot. If you look at what's outstanding, you can say that 50,000 votes for Dems are in Fulton, 50,000 in DeKalb, about 90,000 in Gwinnett. And then when you go to Chatham, Clark, Clayton, and Cobb and Henry, that's 240,000 votes right there. And so it could be more. And so, again, you have to wait, calm down, and relax. Our elections have been razor thin. It's been margins in 2020, even though that was with COVID. It was what, less than 12,000 in Georgia, 10,000 in Arizona, 20,000 in Wisconsin. Go to 2016, Trump literally wins by 77,000 votes in 3 states: Michigan by 10,000, Wisconsin by 10,000, and then of course what happened in Pennsylvania. And so this idea that this is going to be an NFL game, you're going to be blowing folks out in the first half, that just doesn't exist. And this is also what happens when you have a country that uses the Electoral College vote, not the popular vote. And for all y'all people out there who can't stand that, well, guess what? Change the Constitution, which means you got to change the House, you got to change the Senate, you got to win the White House. And then, of course, it still goes to the states. Yep. And then if you ain't voting in state races, well, guess what? Legislatures, you're not going to change it. And so that's called a short version of the damn Constitution. So just letting folks know. All right. We're back here with our panel here, and so glad to have everybody here. But actually, before I go to our panel, let's go back to Howard. Tatiana Anderson, our correspondent, is there. As I said, Tatiana, what's the mood? Can you sense it in the air? Are people sort of waiting on pins and needle? I'm quite sure the dancing and the strolling has stopped, and everybody's like, "Oh Lord, what the hell is going on?"
All of that, Roland, everything you just said and more. I mean, look, this is a party. The DNC sent out an invite earlier this morning. Some 20,000 plus people here waiting to welcome Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, people here want a party. They want something to rejoice. The mood has been jovial. People have been celebratory. You can actually feel it in the air. But, they might get a positive outcome. But, the numbers are coming in very, very slowly. And as tight as this race has been at this hour, it's really anyone's guess what will happen tonight. We have not seen Vice President Kamala Harris yet. The program has gotten underway. We had Ms. Howard singing the national anthem. We had some dancing from the Divine Nine. We heard from the presidents of Howard University. Just behind me is where Vice President Harris's friends and close family are expected to sit when she does take to the stage earlier. She's been fighting hard up till the very end. Earlier today, she was here in the District of Columbia. She went to a phone bank not only to thank the people there who have been spending their time working for her, working to ensure that she gets elected, but she also made some calls herself. So again, all of this is happening on the campus of Howard University. It's one of the foremost historically black colleges and universities in the nation. It's referred to as the Mecca here. It's produced notable alums, not only Vice President Kamala Harris, but Thurgood Marshall, the late Chadwick Boseman, Toni Morrison, the list goes on. So as we're in between DJ sets here, organizers are turning on CNN so that supporters and followers of Vice President Harris can keep up on the latest results, which is what I know you've been talking about with your panel there in the studio. And of course, every time that Vice President Harris wins a state, the the crowd here goes wild every time we hear that former President Donald Trump wins a state. You hear the exact opposite. So, Roland, you talked about pins and needles earlier. That is what's happening here, but people are rejoicing. They have a hopeful attitude. They're in a good mood. But as you know, it's anyone's guess. We're all here watching. We're all here waiting. This race could go either way, and we'll be here for you all night.
All right, Jonathan, I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right, folks, let's introduce our panel here, rotating the folks in and out. Again, to my left, Daria Rose, of course, attorney, as well as a political commentator. Glad to have her here. Dr. Larry J. Walker, assistant professor, University of Central Florida. Omekongo Dibinga, senior professorial lecturer, School of International Service, American University. Mignon Guy, associate professor, Department of Family Medicine and Population Health, Virginia Commonwealth University. I guess this is our university row over here. Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA. Dr. Julian Malveaux, economist, president emeritus, Bennett College, also author. Eugene Craig, of course, CEO, X Factor Media. Lauren Victoria Burke, owner of Black Virginia News. Of course, Mondale Robinson, principal, Black Male Voter Project, mayor Enfield, North Carolina. And Brianna Cartwright, political strategist and youngin'. All right, so, there's a lot of exit polling data that's coming out, and it's showing all sorts of different stuff. And NBC is showing this, and you've got one poll, Mondale, that's showing that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin. You got that. Michigan is showing numbers of 18-29 leaning for Trump, largely because of young men. And you've had, I mean, the reality is the Trump people have really been trying to target young men, where you had the Harris campaign targeting women. There's a 21-point gender gap in the country as well. And of course, depending upon how this goes, I saw one exit poll, again, showing Trump getting 16% of black male support in Georgia. And another poll showed 20%. Then I had somebody say, well, ain't no way in hell you get 20% in Wisconsin. So just what do you make of the exit poll data? So,
listen, first of all, anyone that's talking about politics and talking about exit polls on an election night and if they want to be taken serious, I can't. I send you to Fox
Well,
News.
that's every single network out there because
I'm too black to watch them damn networks. So I don't hear that news. I don't hear that news, and you know that. This is our relationship. This is why people don't know who Black Male Voter Project is. We fly under the radar because people want to talk to certain brothers of certain caliber. They want to take their candidates to certain stations. They don't come here. They don't talk like we talk. You know who I talk to. Brothers don't live in a rock or under a silo. We know exactly what it means to be black man in America. We know exactly what it means when we say Black Lives Matter and you say Blue Lives Matter. Ever since the historical data, not exit polls, historical data says, voting-wise, ever since Donald Trump's been on the scene, he's got less and less of the black man support vote. In 2020, he got less than he did in 2016. In 2022, his candidates that he endorsed got less than he did in 2020. I'm not really concerned about that. Donald Trump has been a pivotal tool for black men to use. And what I mean by that is, if you look at how black men perform when Donald Trump is on the scene, we become the most progressive voting bloc, not excluding anybody, not even sisters. If you want proof, look at Ohio in 2023. Black men outperformed black women for women's right to choose by 8 percentage points. We voted more for women's right to choose in Ohio without a national election, without hundreds of billions of dollars being spent, more than we did for marijuana's passage by 6 percentage points.
Makes sense.
No, it doesn't. It's not just. It's just not relegated to the idea that people want to pretend that black men aren't there for their kids or we are misogynistic. There are real reasons why black men show up the way they do. If you look at what happened 50 years after the 15th Amendment, 1910, about 20% of black men were super voters. 20%. There were 3 reasons black men weren't voting that much: poll tax, literacy tests, and the threat of death from the Klan. I argue those same damn conditions exist right now. Poll tax is black men are underemployed more than anybody, unemployed more than anybody. The literacy test is they underfund public education, and black boys suffer the most, more likely to be suspended and expelled, and also the threat of death would come not from people in suits, well, white suits, but police suits. So I don't think anything has changed as it pertains to black men in America and why the hell we don't show up at rates like other people. But even in that still, we show up to support our sisters more than anybody else.
But Julian, the thing here, which I think people, again, need to understand, I talked about the razor-thin margins in 2020 and 2016. The reality is this. I saw this one, Trump wins Anson County, North Carolina. That's a 40% black county. So the first thing is, what I'm curious about, what was the white turnout in that county?
That part.
What was the black turnout in that county? Gary Chambers dropped a video yesterday talking about Louisiana, how you have so many black folks in Baton Rouge, but white folks are voting in higher numbers there. So if these elections are turning on 2, 3, 5, 10,000 votes. And so when you start looking at black men, black women, in terms of looking where people are, guess what? 20 here, 100 here, 300 here, 200 here, you start adding up, it becomes margins. And that's the thing I think people don't understand, which is why you have to be micro-targeting them in non-election years, so when the election comes around, you've already talked to them. You've already reached them.
Well, you know, Roland, first of all, you have made the point constantly that if we voted our population, we voted at the same level we are represented in the population, we will win elections.
We voted at 70%, it's done.
That's a problem.
But so many people, but Monday's point about the various ways, the poll tax, even just the difficulty of voting. I mean, you know, they've closed polling sites in so many places. So in some parts of the South, you've got to go 20 miles to vote. So, I mean, if you don't have an automobile, 20 miles to vote, that's a barrier. And so when you look at some of it, you have to say, why do people work so hard to keep us from voting? Because they know how powerful our vote is. So when we put all of that in context and then look at these margins, it's why we have to do the work to get our people out. And it's not going to take forgive me, but these little, I'm trying not to curse, half-ass commercials. I try not to curse, I swear, y'all. Y'all don't want me to be right, do you? But anyway, I mean, these commercials, they're not going to do it, but this still works.
It does.
Yeah. We do have to discuss the gender gap, too.
Well, the gender gap is alive and well, and it always will be, because we live in a patriarchal society where basically womanhood is devalued and manhood is supervalued. I mean, I think I was telling some of y'all sisters in the back about the fist fight I had with my brother in 2016 because the boy voted for Trump and had to Tamara didn't say it at Thanksgiving dinner. And I punched him. But he bigger than me.
But he didn't punch back, though, right?
He punched back. We were rolling around on the floor.
Well, I think that, Daria, you made the point here, and again, the mistake, when I look at all these other networks, even in politics, the first thing that I look at is, when I look at data, my first question is why?
Right.
My second question is, what are they saying? The third question is, what are they not saying? And then the fourth question is, okay, if I'm losing someone, then how do I not now start reclaiming the territory? And it goes back to micro-targeting. The problem that I see in politics, it's always been sort of this broad shot. So we're just gonna, again, for African Americans historically, it's been hit black churches, hit the NAACP, spend little resources, got it. Where now, no, you have to literally say, okay, a Makongo is gonna be different from Mustafa, who's different from Eugene, who's different from Mondale, who's different from me, and is different from a brother who's been incarcerated,
Yep.
who's different from a brother who's has a high school diploma. So now I actually have to create 7 different messages to reach them. And the same thing, I think, we start talking about Latinos. We start talking about non-black young men. We start talking about young voters, and our politics has not developed to that point because the white Democratic strategists are still using a 20, 30-year-old model.
Right. So the question is, where are we missing the gap with the young voters from 18 to 29? And when we're talking about the gender gap, we have these men who are on social media being radicalized. We have Rumble, we have Discord, even the Shade Room. I look at the Shade Room comments and I'm like, what am I seeing here? It's like I'm in a conservative 1950s era. So they're not reaching the messaging there. We need the commercials to go there, to your point. We need the ads to go there. We're not creating and reaching people in these silos, and it's leading to more of a gender gap as we see overall. And we think that women are doing great, they're coming out, they're voting, and the men, they're, to your point, you know, they want to vote, but they're not there yet.
Well, we make it difficult. We make it difficult for
They're
everybody
not
to
there
vote.
yet, but they're not where we want them to be. We're not reaching them in the right way.
But you know, but we make it difficult for everyone to vote. Not just men, not just black men, but we have made voting, especially for us, especially you go to parts of the South, we made it difficult. It's not easy for people to vote. And I mean, I wrote a piece this morning. Actually, it came to me in the middle of the night. Election Day should be a national holiday.
It should.
I mean,
I had this conversation today.
No, Election Day should be a national holiday. It's one of the ways that we actually begin to see each other as citizens who have something in common. But the second part of that is if you have a regular 9 to 5, voting is. I went to vote this afternoon because I like to go to the polling place and do all that. And of course, I took my cane, so I didn't have to wait in line. What can I say? I old, so I own it. Basically, this one sister was talking about how she was rushing. I mean, she was giving me all kind of shade. She's like, "Who are you? How come they let you get to the front of the line?" Because I'm me. But long story short, she was having to rush back to work. So it was like 1 o'clock. And she said she had to go back to work. She says, well, I really need to. So I told the woman, I said, I know them because I vote there all the time. I said, because if she has to go back to work, can you let her go ahead? She said, sure. I said, she can go ahead of me. Just let her go ahead. But if you have a 9 to 5, okay, so you worked all day. Polls close at 8. You tired.
Right.
Are you going to, the mail voting thing is weird. But we have not made voting a civic responsibility because it's in somebody's interest for a whole bunch of us to not vote.
And we still vote on Tuesdays.
But the Tuesdays,
Go ahead.
like as in farmers, exactly. That's where it came from. But if you guys remember 2020, at least in Michigan, everybody was mailed a ballot, right? And so the difference between this election and that election is there wasn't any issues because everyone had the opportunity. If they were registered to vote, they had the ballot. And so we'll see a difference in this year of historically, if someone actually gets a ballot versus actually having to go and do it versus literally putting in their mailbox again.
Exactly.
So, and I will say this as a person who, very familiar with Florida, they decided to change their vote by mail ballot process because as I was working for Hillary Clinton, I was trying to do a vote by mail program. And they said, we don't do that here. We don't win. I secretly did it and built it up. So when we had Gillum, they said, whoa, we have now surpassed the Republicans for doing the vote by mail ballot. And as soon as that happened, things changed, right? So it's the party of access versus the party of just voting.
I'm glad you brought up Gillum. I'm glad you brought up Gillum. Go ahead, Roland.
Also, when you talk about,
because I could talk about that.
we talk about how do you run. So, perfect example. I'm sitting here looking at this,
Talk about Gillum for a while.
And they called the Texas Senate race for Ted Cruz. Against Congressman Colin Hall.
Yeah, they did.
But here's one thing that just really just pisses me off. So, Allred's winning Harris County, which is the largest county in Texas, by 116,000 votes. Beto O'Rourke ran against Cruz. O'Rourke won by 201,000 votes.
Say it out loud.
And I'm going to say this point blank.
Say it out loud, bro.
And that is, Colin Allred ran for Senate in Texas and ran from black people.
Yep.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, he absolutely did.
I've never seen, and look, I ain't got a problem saying it. I texted him on the night of the primary, March 5th. Said, have a way I can help. I'll bring my show there. Oh, I'm gonna need it. Did not hear from him since March 5th. Invited him to our Women with Black Men call. No response.
Not one.
When I did my show from Dallas, texted him I was live from there. No response. I talked to my folks in Harris County. Texas has more eligible black voters than any state in America. And black folks had no idea who the hell he was. And I was like, I don't know how you think you're gonna win if you don't target black people.
Well, that's true.
And
But if you don't think you black, you're not going to target black people.
and again, I understand that, look, there's a certain way you have to run, Mignon. I get that. But I also believe when you run there's a thing called base. You got to lock down base voters.
Right.
And if you black and you have you're in the largest state with the most black eligible voters, and you don't lock down black folks, you guaranteed to lose. And he raised a ton of money.
Right.
I got more damn text messages. Can you give $5? I mean, he raised a ton of money, but going back, did not activate with black press.
Nope.
Late spent money on black newspapers and black radio. And so it ain't no shock.
And didn't have any black vendors at that.
Beto O'Rourke lost to Cruz by 2.5 points. Always going to lose to him by 4 some odd points.
We'll see.
Hold on 1 second, Mignon.
Well, I think that the answer was what the question was answered early on, which is who does this individual identify with and who do he think was going to take him over the finish line, right? And obviously, if he doesn't align himself with the black population, which I actually called my sister in Texas and questioned her about him, because it appeared that he's trying to do this sort of rainbow coalition or this, or a race neutral, a post-racial, and he's a post-racial race neutral race in a time in which we have this resurgence of white nationalism. And we have this othering of Latino populations and this othering and this the rampant anti-blackness that's happening. So inevitably, he was going to have to speak to those individuals in order to be able to
there's no
win.
Such thing.
But he didn't.
Yeah, but
there's no such thing as race neutrality.
That's what she's saying. Hold on 1 second. You have to speak. You have to speak to those people. You have to speak to those people, Larry. But you also still have to lock down your base. And you know what? You do that actually early in the process. You do it much earlier in the process. And so, and then you build to it. But you don't pretty much ignore them in primaries, and then all of a sudden you get to the general, ignore them. The reason I'm saying that is because we have to understand, as someone earlier, if Trump loses, the Trump, you said the Trump ideology ain't going away. And so white views are going to harden. And so this is where we're going to have to understand how driving base voters, black voters in key states, in key congressional races, Latino voters, young voters are going to be even more critical to offset where you're going to be getting higher turnout among white voters in rural parts of the state, and even, as you said, some radicalized places, even in some urban areas.
So it's really important, I'm going to use a non-academic vernacular. Who are your people? Right? So when you talk about your base, you talk about your foundation. So if you don't have a fundamental understanding of your policies and what groups your policies will appeal to, as a politician, you are going to lose, particularly in a statewide election. So, and I think this obviously is a good example in terms of the difference between you see now. You talked about the 2 and 4%, and you on the show you talked about this the last couple of months in terms of being a Texan and no one had any idea who he was and what his platform is. And so I remember hearing that from you a few months ago and saying to myself, well, this brother, however he identifies, I'm looking at the phenotype. I see him as a brother. So let me just.
So does everyone else. The question is, what does he see himself?
Right. Well, right. So
Right,
so
that part, identification.
So that you talk about anti-blackness. Is that contradiction? Does that come across to also voters to his base, right? Because the other thing about black voters in particular, we always can tell when you're legit, when you're fake. So if that comes across when he's campaigning, or the lack of policy or lack of interaction in black churches, or various other religious affiliated organizations, and that authenticity doesn't come across, then your base is not going to come out and vote for you. And then they're not going to tell their friend down the street. I know we talked about, brothers hanging out wherever they hang in the community. Hey man, listen, this brother's running for U.S. Senate. I think you support him. You're not going to get that mouth to mouth like, hey, you know what, support this guy. There you go.
Yeah.
And that's how things work in our community. That's how it works in our community.
That's the problem.
Word of mouth is very important.
Eugene, well, but part of that is the other thing is elections have actually shifted from retail politics to more algorithm-driven as well. I mean, I was talking to someone, they were complaining about the lack of signs. They said, why am I seeing all these damn all these Trump signs, and I'm not seeing Harris signs? Why am I not seeing more? That was your daddy?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. And the guy asked me, he's like, another person said, well, I don't really see what the big deal is. I said, well, you do have to factor in the psychological impact of that. Meaning,
That's right. Yeah.
if I'm driving through a place and I'm seeing
the physical support.
Right, all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah,
like,
they're everywhere.
Yo, it's everywhere.
They're everywhere.
And that's sort of like, well, what's going on here? And that's old school politics.
Old school.
And a lot of campaigns are literally not trying to spend money on signs. And there are people. And there are people like, yo, I'm telling y'all, I want a damn yard sign.
So the thing is, it comes down to being consultant driven, right? Because consultants will tell you signs don't vote, people do. And so, it's 100% profit because every dollar I don't spend on the sign, I can spend on a retainer. And so it's consultant driven. Yeah. But the reality of it is that people are psychologically trained to accept the marketing that they're trained to accept. It's the reason that, hey, you're driving along a highway, people are going to spend $25,000 on that charter billboard right there. You know, people still want to see signs because that physical manifestation of the support they anticipate is there. Yeah. Now, a big part of this comes down to who you hire to run your campaign. Similar to Colin Allred, similar to other candidates. He got a bunch of white consultants that he got a bunch of, we're having the same conversation about Colin Allred that we had about Sherry Beasley in 2022, that we had about Beto before that, that we had that hey, you're not hiring black and not even extending black and brown consultants to come in and actually bring those other thought processes to the table. Right. So if Colin Allred, probably hires a couple black consultants, he might actually be in the win column tonight. Because the other thing is this. L2 data tells us that there are more registered Democrats in Texas than there are registered Republicans. Similarly to Georgia. So you mean to tell me that in reality you're really playing a turnout game?
Yes.
And so when the time it comes down to the mechanics of your campaign.
Lauren, again, while people are right now losing their mind, even some
I'm one of the people.
Even some of the dumbasses in our chat. And somebody like, ooh, you can tell Roland's body language has changed. You're an idiot. It hasn't. Here's a perfect example, okay? Everybody's sitting here thinking blowout, blowout. It was driving me crazy when I saw all of that stuff about a blowout.
That's dangerous.
Okay, go to my iPad. Y'all, this is Pennsylvania in 2020.
Yep.
Biden won Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes. All right, it wasn't like this huge. He didn't even hit 100,000. It's right here. Biden got 50.01% of the vote, Lauren.
Yeah.
Trump got 48.84. And so folks need to understand, Pennsylvania is going to be close. Georgia is going to be close. North Carolina is going to be close. Biden lost North Carolina by 2.5 points.
Yeah.
And so, again, I'm not sitting here freaking because the first thing I'm looking at is where are the outstanding ballots? If I'm the Harris campaign and I'm looking at Georgia, it's a lot of black and Democrat
And the
votes.
Republican counties are max. They're
Right.
they're at 95%.
And they in bed.
Yeah.
So they turn their shit in.
One of the worst.
So they're at max. No, let me explain that part. People at home, they're at max.
Right.
They're smaller counties. They've already finished counting. So
Correct.
they're
Correct.
done. So if you're sitting here, Trump, Harris, you're looking at, okay, what's outstanding and who are likely my voters. And so right now it's about 210,000 again lead in Georgia. And so the question is, does it break 80-20, 75-25? That's what the party is.
The best thing the Republicans did this cycle was front load their votes to early voting rather than election day. Because then it gives Democrats, it makes it easy. You're literally just figuring out where you have outstanding and then running it up there.
So what happened? So what happened there, Lauren, was Donald Trump poo-pooed early voting in 2020.
Yeah.
Republicans listened to him, and then you had other Republicans who were like, "What the hell is wrong with y'all?" So what we saw this time was we saw Republicans turning out early in Nevada, in Virginia, in Michigan, turning out in Pennsylvania, and so now became all right. How do I now get my people out on election day? Because historically, Republicans didn't really focus on absentee balloting and early voting. Democrats ran up huge margins they couldn't keep up on election day. That's why right now it's a battle because who turned their people out on Tuesday?
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, it's the fact though is if Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, she absolutely has to win Pennsylvania.
Oh, absolutely.
He absolutely has to win Pennsylvania. So my entire evening.
Well, she got to win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin,
right, but if that's why my entire East Coast attention is on North Carolina and Georgia, because that kind of tells you right there that she absolutely has to get Pennsylvania. So what we're watching too is some Michigan coming in and it's going his way, which of course doesn't mean anything because it's such a small sample. We also just saw that Trump won Iowa after that poll came out indicating.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, indicating that he might lose Iowa.
I thought she was going to win Iowa.
There's things like that after everything that we saw for the last 2 weeks, the racism with regard to Puerto Rico, the paying attention to Arnold Palmer's Johnson, all this nonsense. And yet still Donald Trump is in the game, is competitive. I mean, I find that entire overview to be incredible, right? The fact that we're even talking about this guy being competitive is still shocking to me, okay? It is still shocking to me.
The reason Mustafa...
Here we are.
Well, here's the deal. The reason Mustafa was not shocking to me, the reason why it's not shocking is because if you go back to when he came down the escalator, what he did was he pushed buttons that historically were suppressed. And so open vitriol, open racism became accepted. Then when he attacked Senator John McCain as a POW, and there was no repercussions.
Crazy.
It was like game on. And so what you now have is you have a rabid base that they don't care. They're going to turn out.
Amen.
Now, on the Democratic side, Democratic voters are actually smarter. The problem with being smarter is sometimes you fucking think too much. and so
the other thing that
so Democratic voters,
most people have
it's like I was, guys, cue up the Howard Fuller clip. We put it on social, and Howard Fuller, of course, former superintendent in Milwaukee Public Schools, we posted a video that went viral, and Howard was like, I ain't got time to be talking about no damn policy. Howard says, I can talk about policy after she wins. He's like, my target is Trump. So when you look at Democratic voters, issue of Israel, Gaza, when you look at, she's not for for this or for that, so therefore I'm gonna vote third party. And then you have the people who sitting here allow a Jill Stein to come in, who you ain't heard from in 4 years. All of a sudden pop her ass into the conversation, or I'm gonna vote third party. And so you have that going on, and what does that do? It siphons off votes. And then the couch also becomes real. And so again, Republicans are clear. They are on record. If we restrict voting, we get a better shot at winning.
Yeah.
If voting is expansive, we're guaranteed to lose.
That's what happened in 2020.
So Trump is no shock that he's still in it, because the Republicans are like, yo, we want power.
And they don't care.
That's what
Hold on,
United
hold on. Mustafa, go ahead.
Well, it always is about power.
Yeah.
Republicans understand that if they don't get everything that they want, as long as they win, they're okay with that.
Yes.
Democrats will cannibalize each other.
Yes. Yep.
I work with, everybody knows I work with thousands of communities. And I work with all kinds of folks who are focused on different issues. And it always amazes me that folks will not just get upset. It's okay to get upset. It's okay to want things to be able to evolve. But we have a situation now where individuals will say, if you don't hit all of my 10 commandments, then I'm not going to vote for you. I am going to take my vote to a third party. I'm going to take my vote to the couch. I will take my vote away from the process. Now, that doesn't mean that we should not always be working with the candidates to continue to make sure that they are moving in the direction that we need them to support our people, to support our causes, but you have to get to a point where you say, no matter what, I am willing to do what's necessary in the moment to win.
Right.
Because if you don't win, you have no leverage whatsoever.
I never forget Congo when I was on the set of CNN, and Eric Erickson, he was with RedState.com at the time, and he was going on and on. He was one of the big Tea Partiers, and he was like, if we stand on our principles and we lose, I'm fine. And Bill Bennett went, what the hell are you talking about? Bill Bennett said, so you fine with losing? He said, I'm not. And that's really what this thing boils down to.
Yes. Yeah.
How serious are you about winning?
Yeah.
Because I stand a better shot if you win of riding your behind 4 years than I do of that person winning who won't even take my phone call, won't even have a meeting with me, and is guaranteed I can't do a damn thing.
Yep.
And that's what I'm talking about with some of these people who are part of the uncommitted movement. And you're talking about not voting for Kamala and not voting for Trump, not voting at all. You got a guy who wants to turn Gaza into a beachfront property, versus a woman who said, I'm going to work towards a ceasefire, then you want to stay home. You don't want to you're supposed to get the person in that you can push, that you can move towards something else. And so that's what we see in a lot of our communities right now. We're not putting winning first. We're putting all of these different politics, all of these different feelings. We're not putting winning first. We're supposed to get the people in office that we can push to actually want to do something for our communities. And so for the folks staying home, we got to look at that as problematic. And another thing, when we talk about Trump, this is a guy who sticks to his base. Clearly, Colin Oliver didn't see that as a necessity. And as we're having now, we have to continue also this conversation about white women, because it's looking at, once again, all the numbers ain't out yet, but once again, letting folks down. You see the abortion measure fail in Florida that needed 60%, didn't get that.
It got 57.
Yeah, 57.
Fairly well.
Close, not close enough, right? But we see.
Wait, Florida. No, they did not target. They didn't have. They did not speak on it. And I just had this conversation with Randy in the back, because I was like, it's so crazy, because Amendment 4, when it was black men, right, when we're restoration, when Amendment last time in Florida, Amendment 4 was epic, was when we were trying to give returning citizens back their rights to vote, which means a lot for Democrats, right? When we're saying when we get access to the ballot, we vote. And that's the issue. They're trying to make us not vote. But they did not want to really tell people what Amendment 4 was. I said, we have abortion on the ballot. As a person who has dealt with Michigan elections, what do we see? White women come out for protecting
the reproduction. Of course, Trump being, you know, that's his second home. It's his new home.
We don't actually know about white women yet, but what we do know is
I know enough about
what we
white
do
women.
know is that Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk ran the ground game for Donald Trump. Now, when I heard that, I thought, okay, this might be a blue wave. I mean, I got a friend that said to me, you know, there could be a way, because those two idiots, doing something that they've never worked on before, that told me this could be, you know, a short night. But apparently, maybe it is. Maybe it is white women.
My point is that when all of these jobs initiatives were winning across the country, people like, oh, the blue's going to take it, so on and so forth. My biggest concern was, okay, people are voting for initiatives, but will they come out for the candidates when it's actually time to put?
That's a good question. I think we just got our answer.
10 states have initiatives on the ballot right now. Let me go.
Right.
I gotta ground a few things because as a Negro man from the country, who loves it? No, the country. Who loves his dad? Who tried his ass off to make sure we had enough to feed, but couldn't because he grew up as a sharecropper.
Amen.
I'm offended by certain things.
Yes.
I'm offended when we as black people sit in a space and pretend that we are sitting out elections because we choose to and discount the people who are responsible for it. I feel like some of our language is letting the party off the hook for what they're responsible for. It is absolutely factual that the white consultant class is responsible for the failed taxes that are transactional and how people don't show up in elections. That is factual. It is also true that ain't none of y'all, and I'm saying no, I'm talking about the proverbial y'all in the political space, ain't been to East Texas. It's 34 counties out there, and the black men ain't never heard from a candidate. Not just Colin Allred, but nobody. And the idea that you can show up in an election season and you don't know nothing about these men and tell them what their most important issues are is disrespectful to our lived experience.
Colin Allred, though, is making a decision. Colin Allred is making a decision that white people are more important than black people. That's what he just did.
Is he or is the system saying?
All the time.
Hold on, watch this.
Lord,
Is
you're
he?
absolutely right about it. I think
Is he or is the system saying what they said to Sherry Beasley?
What?
Get rid of that Negro.
But Sherry Beasley made the same decision.
Hold on. Guys,
what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
I was just.
Because I say it.
I was at the inception.
Go finish what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, or we can just say to this sister who deserves to be a senator from North Carolina because she's a winning ass sister. When she ran for Supreme Court, she barely lost that race, right? She lost by less than what Obama did.
Yeah.
But when you have these large donors and all of the political system from the party you belong to come to you and say, get rid of those persons, and we're going to put our people in charge of your race.
Here's why ultimately it comes down to a candidate.
Yep.
Because
who's at the head?
When the race is over, they're going to go to the next campaign.
Yep.
And you lost.
Exactly.
I can tell you specifically when it comes to Colin Allred and Sherry Beasley, I can show you the text messages where I said, I will bring my show. I will come there. And there was no response. When the vice president and President Biden traveled to North Carolina, Beasley did not show up at the events. Now, at the end of the day, when you lose, they say you lost. They didn't say the strategist lost. They didn't say this person lost. They say this lost. I just think that again, what we're looking at here, and again, I'm just
No, because the party is picking certain black people to run. A guy like Allred is picked because he is going to conform with their rules. They're not going to pick Tory Bush. They're not going to pick Jamal Bowman. They're going to pick that type of Negro.
First of all,
that's part of the problem,
I understand that, but what I'm
and then he's going to listen to the consultants that they give him.
I understand that, but what I'm still saying is this here. What I'm still saying is, at some point, somebody still has a brain. And somebody with a brain. I don't give a damn what the consultants say. Your brain has to say, if I am in a state with the largest group of eligible black voters in America, and Harris County
County is bigger than several states in America, and that's a huge black constituency there. I might want to show my ass up at Texas Southern University.
Right.
I might want to go to Prairie View's homecoming. I might want to attend some black stuff.
Right.
You ain't got, you don't give a damn who you are. That's you making a conscious decision.
Yes.
And here's the deal. And here's the deal. And on election night, you're giving a concession speech, and Ted Cruz giving a victory speech. And so
Roland,
that's all I'm saying.
Absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. But here's the problem. Chuck Schumer's people picked Colin Allred to
I get
run.
that.
For a reason.
He is for a reason. They're not going to pick the type of personality like Summer Lee or Cori Bush or Nina Turner.
I got
people
that.
who fight for black stuff.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal. I also
Edwards was right there.
But also, first of all, okay, stop. First of all, stop.
And she would've-
Hold on, no,
she
stop.
would've returned-
No,
she would've
stop.
returned her
Okay,
text.
no,
She
stop.
would've returned her
First of all,
text.
listen. I know Amanda, she's a nice woman, but she lost.
That's fair.
She lost.
Sometimes
Hold
you
on.
can't
First of all, I
lose.
can text her right now, but she lost the congressional race.
I know.
She lost the previous one.
She lost
Okay,
everything.
so again, though, you need to, but you gotta win.
Newt Gingrich lost 4 elections and became Speaker of the House. So
Yeah, here's the
sometimes you
right.
got to don't give up.
And when they lost, and then when that year when they held onto the House, they booted his ass
They did.
because they did not win by enough. Here's the thing here again as we're looking at this here. Again, you have this decision desk calling Georgia for Trump. The problem is you still have almost 1.4 million votes out.
Yeah, not yet.
You still have 1.4 million votes out.
They're jumping similar to the polls. They're jumping the gun on this to stem any potential white lash they may get at the end of the day.
I mean, Warnock went on a one-off. We're in the same base. We can't say that right now.
They changed the runoff laws in Georgia though. After that,
I mean-
for that very reason. So I think here's what we have to be honest about. We have to be honest.
One second. I'm looking at various things here, saying numbers coming in good from Detroit. Jonathan Martin is sitting here posting, hard to see how Harris carries Wisconsin at current Dane County margin, which is down. Guys, 1 second, your mics are still on. Hold on. Is it hard to see how Harris carries Wisconsin at current Dane margin, which is down from Biden's number, 86% reporting from Dane County? So when you're looking at these various states, now you're going on. Again, Georgia, you're looking at 88% reporting, but again, because of the bomb threats, the reporting is delayed in Fulton, DeKalb, in Gwinnett counties. And so then when you look at all of these folks, again, New York Times and the rest of these people, they're all sitting here predicting, a big opportunity for Trump here. Let me go to, looks like, let me go to Ohio, and looks like, well, it's a perfect example of somebody who ran a different race, and looks like he is going to lose. So Sherrod Brown is down 5 points in Ohio. And so so Republicans hold that, then they will control the Senate outright if they win that. Democrats desperately needed that seat in Ohio, and so a very strong progressive voice looks like that's 85% reporting, and he's down by 240,000 votes to look like Brown is going to be losing the Senate race in Ohio. Again, we're looking at these states again. We're back to 2016, where it's likely going to be, does the blue wall hold? As it stands right now, 57% of the votes are in Wisconsin. Trump has a 31,000, go to my iPad, a 31,000 vote lead in Wisconsin. And so that's where that stands. But again, this is according to New York Times, 57% of the votes are in. We still are looking at North Carolina. When you look at North Carolina, he has a
129,000 vote lead North Carolina. 86% of the votes are in. Remember, he spent a lot of time in North Carolina in the closing days. I'll be very curious to see what those large black counties in East North Carolina looked at when it came to turnout. And so that's North Carolina. When we look at, let me go to Michigan here to see where we stand with Michigan. And again, we're waiting on that. Michigan is showing Trump with a 42, it's showing him with a lead there at 50.9 to 47.4. But again, we're 28% of the votes in, so we're waiting to see what happens with Detroit, Lansing, Flint, in those counties right there. Let me look at. Let me go back to Pennsylvania. We look at Pennsylvania. Give me 1 second. We go back to Pennsylvania. Trump is up in Pennsylvania by 67% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. He's up, according to the New York Times, by about 90,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So again, we're waiting to see what counties are outstanding. But I'm gonna put this out, and there I'm gonna go to you. I'm gonna go to you here, and we gotta do this. And here's the thing that we actually talked about. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna go to who I go to first. Here's what it actually hasn't come up tonight, and I was very interested it hasn't come up. America still hasn't elected a woman.
No.
And the fact of the matter is, again, this feels similar to 2016.
No, it doesn't.
Excuse me, let me finish the point. The reason it feels similar to 2016 is because when you examine the races, when you look at polling coming up to here, you looked at 1 to 3 point margin. You looked at national polls that were showing Harris with a 3 or 4 point lead. Yep. One of the things I kept telling people, national polls are irrelevant because at the end of the day, it can be skewed depending upon where you're from.
Yeah.
This is still a nation that you have to crack a glass ceiling, and it was not going to be easy for a woman to win the presidency in this country.
We have
not to mention a woman
One second. Hold on.
I agree.
We have baked in misogyny within this country, and we're seeing it here with VP
Men and women.
Men and women. They're not responding in the way that we thought that they would. Harris came out and did everything that she absolutely could.
So everybody can hear you talking. Just hold on. Please finish your point.
Harris went out and did absolutely everything that she could in these past 100 days, and it's still showing up like it wasn't enough. She didn't call people deplorable, so she didn't have the Hillary Clinton problem. She tried to appeal. She didn't run on identity politics. She didn't come out there and say, I'm black, I'm a woman, I'm an AKA. That's not what she ran on. She ran on, I'm going to be a president for everyone. She put out Project 2025. She showed Agenda 47. She talked about Trump, mass deportations of people, and it still feels like it's not enough. So the question is, when is it going to be enough? When is America going to be ready to elect a woman?
Well, not my
When?
It's not my
When?
lifetime.
I hope it has to be. It has to be.
Mignon.
Wake up.
1 second. Hold on, Mignon.
Now, or are we like reconstruct? Where are we actually? The timeline of American history.
So I'll say this.
Right? I'm very serious.
No, I'm very serious. I worked for Hillary.
Hold on.
For Warren.
Mignon, Brittany, then Larry, then Julian.
That's a real question.
No, I'm very serious. So, oh God, I'm really having a breakdown right now. I'm very serious because
You're right.
This election, I don't care about this whole racing. I don't care about this fucking like gender thing.
It's a gender.
No, listen. This is an existential threat to all of us. And the fact that we're sitting here having this conversation right now is terrifying. Right. And we're sitting here talking about it as if it's some sort of intellectual debate or discussion. We are falling fucking apart right now. And this is terrifying. And I'm literally thinking about the collective trauma that's occurring across the nation right now, not just with deeply entrenched racists that are going to be running around here with God knows what pretty soon. But on top of it, the people that have lost faith. We have rates of suicide amongst young people that are growing exponentially, right? We have some serious shit that we have to fix as a result of this election. And I am terrified to think about what's going to happen in the next couple of months. Not for myself, but for what happens around us. Are we prepared
Brittany,
for
go ahead.
that?
I hear you. I hear you, and I sympathize. I'm part of it. You know, we're all going through it right now. I feel like I went through this even worse, where I had suicide check-ins in 2016. I worked for Hillary Clinton. I worked for Elizabeth Warren. And it was in those two moments, two different campaigns, two different white women, still white. We can talk about race, but at the end of the day, it's about being a woman. And that wasn't enough. After Elizabeth Warren, I realized I was the one who would knock anybody's door. I can't tell you how many doors I've knocked, from the projects to the elite towers. And they would say, for Warren, Hillary is a different story. We could talk about Hillary and we'll go on. But for Warren, oh, she's not electable. Well, if you vote for her, she's electable, right? Totally different story, right? And then we have Kamala, which I heard a lot of. They like her personality and she's giving and so forth. But at the end of the day, she's still a woman.
Larry?
Yeah, so I'm not interested in living through a new Nadir, right? So
A new what?
Nadir, right? So of race relations, and so what is playing out here? Even as people were saying, why it's so close? Like, I've seen people outside the United States, why it's so close? Well, we got an intersection of racism, misogyny, and politics. And America has been on a path to burn it all down,
That's
right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Since
so
they never wanted it.
Since Obama.
Some of them.
right. So and we threw in that post-racial, society, concept. But the reality is that a lot of this for these Trump voters is payback, right?
Yeah.
One of the things, I remember Public Enemy had this album called Fear of a Black Planet.
That's right.
And so this idea of multiculturalism, of power, when it comes to women, when it comes to traditionally underserved groups, minoritized groups, who are now doing better than some other populations, particularly whites who are watching TV, see the Obamas, et cetera. It's this perception that this can't be the way she thinks it's supposed to be. And so the idea of then hearkening back to the good old days when we control things. Well, what they don't realize is what you get is you losing Social Security, getting rid of overtime, not only talking about a women's right to choose, but also some key components of what it means to provide a social safety net, the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah.
Right? So all the things that people have taken for granted here over the last couple of years, after they dismantle that, then what you have is your racial animus. And that won't keep you united. It won't get you health insurance. It won't get you a dental appointment. And it won't get you your Social Security. What you will get you is you messed around and found out.
But they'll be fine with that because they'll say at least black folks didn't get it too.
But
Yeah, that part.
The bottom line here is that we don't understand the nature of predatory capitalism and who benefits from predatory capitalism. And if we don't understand that, so anybody who votes for Trump, I'm not going to call them idiot because that's not nice, and I told y'all I'm not trying to cuss. But let's be real. He is making money. This election has become an income generator for him. He's selling Bibles. I mean, come on, the most unchristian person you will ever meet is selling Bibles and, all kind of stuff. Because we refuse to understand the very nature of predatory capitalism, because people, there are those who think capitalism is great. Well, it's great if you've got capital, but if you don't, it isn't. And so, even some of these, even some of these of our people, I mean, like I said, I got to fist fight with my own brother. We got the same mama and daddy, but that fool.
Hold on. Finish.
Okay, the point again is we don't understand the nature of capitalism. We think that it's a good thing. We think that we think that winning is good, but we don't understand what losing looks like.
That part.
So, when you made the point about, Larry, you made the point about Social Security. so many things. If you look at Project 2025, you will get yourself a nice little headache. All 920 some pages of it is replete with filth, with economic filth. But you know, there are those who think, oh, it's not that bad. You have these people, and you got this idiotic. You got all these idiotic.
So here's what we have to recognize right now. Okay. Again, what I say earlier, people are freaking out. Right now,
I did.
There's no red. Listen, right now, there's no red state that Trump won in 2020 that hasn't flipped. Right now, there's no blue state that Biden won in 2020 that hasn't flipped. The reality is this here: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. The 7 battleground states that we started the night off with, that we've known for the past year, we're going to decide this election, have not been decided. So they are what they are. I'm going to go. I literally somebody sent me, "Oh, it's not looking good." This is what I told them. Biden won Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes in 2020. Wisconsin by 20,000. Michigan by 154,000. Georgia by 11,700. Arizona by 10,000.
I'm gonna tell you.
Can we go back?
I'm like, yo,
let me
the
tell you.
night ain't over.
Ain't over.
So like, it ain't over.
Let me tell you. Let me.
No. I'll tell you why.
Fuck the feelings. Let's look at the facts.
One second. No, 1 second.
understand what he's getting
Because people kept expecting a landslide.
Yeah.
Everybody, yes, they did. No, Brianna, wrong. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Folks are like, oh my God, she's the most accomplished.
No.
Oh my God, look at this campaign. Oh my God, this man is crazy. And while all that was happening, I kept saying repeatedly, yo, he is still, I kept saying to people, listen, it doesn't matter. This is the equivalent of looking on paper and go, oh, this team is gonna win a Super Bowl in a blowout. You still gotta fucking play the game.
Yeah.
And the reality is this here. I just said it. No red state that he won in 2020 has flipped. So this idea that was gonna be a landslide, it was crazy. It wasn't.
The thing is this, right?
He won in 2016. He won in 2016 by 77,000 votes.
Right.
Where I'm telling you, all these people, and this is why you can't live in a Twitter world.
Right.
You can't live in a social media world because folks are like, oh my God, look at this. This is going to be a blowout. I'm sitting here going, no, it's not. It's not going to be a blowout.
It was
But again,
be a blowout.
But then we have the Ann Seltzer poll of Iowa.
I'm telling you, people, folks were so locked and low. Listen, I had to deal with people every single day. Okay, the last poll, oh my goodness. National polls from about 4. I'm like, elections are not national. Elections are states. What are we doing? Stop looking at the damn poll. Don't look at national polls. Look at state polls. If you look at the state polls, there wasn't a single state poll that had her up +4. Not one. Every single state poll had Trump or Harris up within the margin of error.
The entire last 2 weeks.
No, absolutely
So a margin of error. A margin of error comes down to turnout. In 2000 and 2008, Obama beats Hillary Clinton in Iowa. The polls showed Hillary Clinton was going to lose New Hampshire. She goes to New Hampshire on that Sunday. She cried. And here's the deal. I never forget. On election night, Lou Dobbs was running around like, I thought y'all said the poll shows Obama was going to win. If you actually look at the polling, Obama got the number that the polls he was going to get. But guess what you can't measure with a poll? Turnout. You can't measure high turnout or low turnout.
Only poll that counts is at the poll.
So let's talk about that for a second, right? So we're on election night here. The Republican that's supporting the Democrat is going to calm the temperature a bit. Let's look at Pennsylvania and Luzerne County, 95% reporting. And Lancaster County, most of the Republican counties at this point, and Pennsylvania, Georgia as well, are literally maxed out. There's nothing else to be reported there. All that's left to come in are from in Pennsylvania, Philly and the collar counties, and Georgia, the blue counties. And Michigan, you know, Detroit is still trickling in. Wisconsin, there's still huge upside in Milwaukee and Dane County. I just got a memo from the campaign just now, you know, outline. So the thing is this, right? Everybody, calm your fucking nerves. I'm sorry for saying the F word in the show.
First of all, that's why we got a full bar over there.
And I'm
so
I don't drink.
if some of y'all
I don't drink.
If some of, listen, Eugene, I don't drink either. But some of y'all need to go get some brown liquor. Not champagne, brown liquor.
So this is the thing, right? This is the thing, because look, as the national chair of Black Republicans for Harris, as the national chair of Black Republicans for Harris, as one of the outside members of Republicans for Harris, trust me, we got just as much to lose as y'all do with this election, right? Because they're going to come after our asses before they come after y'all asses. So, because, you know, they call us traitors. But at the end of the day, it's country over party. But what I need all y'all to do is tone this shit the fuck down a little bit. Now, hold on. Because the thing is this. I am for a second. Because the anxiety level, I agree with you.
He gonna talk when I stop him.
The anxiety level
I got it.
It's high right now because you have women that experienced 2016 among other races in which women should have probably won. You have young voters who first time are experiencing the excitement of Obama 08, but not seeing the results of an Obama 08.
And who were mostly not alive in 2000 when Bush v. Gore.
Exactly, and won around 2000 with Bush v. Gore. So the thing is this, right? I'm going to teach y'all how to fight like a Republican. You fight to the very last vote. You fight for absolute power, and you leave nothing on the field.
And let me say this again. I'm gonna go. And I say it's turnout.
All right, you might get off.
And I say it's, and I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna say it. And I'm gonna say it again. It's turnout.
Yep.
If you are millennial Gen Z, you have the largest demographic
in the country.
So here's what happened. Folks are like, well, how do they turn out? Here's the deal. Once the numbers are parsed, you then go, okay, what was our turnout? I say this again to black folks. If we vote the numbers do not lie. If black people vote at 70% in Philadelphia, at 70% in Milwaukee, at 70% in Detroit, those three states are done. And so we have to recognize that when you have motivated white people, and I'm gonna say it again because I don't know why people act like it didn't happen. In 2016, 71% of the total electorate was white.
Yep.
In 2020, 70% of the total electorate was white. So the number that I'm looking at in 24 is it 69, 68, or did it go up? So when white folks are voting, black people have to over-index.
Yep. Yeah, right.
You have to look at the Latino number to see if they're going Republican or Democrat. And this is where young voters have to then offset their mamas and daddies and grandmothers and grandfathers by turning out in larger numbers. Otherwise, you're going to have these elections. You're right, the exit polling data that's early can't show you that because it's too damn early. But the hard totals can. It's a turnout game.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
And that's why people are struggling right now. And there were people who kept predicting, landslide, blowout. It's gonna be an early night.
Right.
The election wasn't called 4 years ago until Saturday.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's still 11/11. So we going to a break. Most of them gonna get their ass a drink. Eugene gonna get some more water with some ice. And we'll be back on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
There's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
There's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear. folks, welcome back to the Black Star Network's Election Night 2024 coverage. Folks, we're going to be going to Howard University in a second to get a live report for Tatiana Anderson. Also, Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be coming out soon to address the audience. Moments ago, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is the campaign chair for the Harris for President campaign, sent this memo out to the staff and was shared with the public. Go to my iPad. She said, team, as polls close across the country, I want to give everyone an update on what we're seeing. As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race. Thanks to this amazing team, we have seen incredible turnout across the battleground states, and the closest of the race is exactly what we prepared for. While we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. In Pennsylvania, we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County. We don't have election data results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with large non-white and student populations. We expect to see higher turnout in Philadelphia than in 2020. Outside of Philadelphia, we have limited data on turnout and support right now, but what we do have is tracking with our expectations. We are awaiting more results like everyone else, and I hope to get a closer read in the coming hours. In Michigan, we are waiting a significant amount of votes to come in. The city of Detroit won't be reported out until roughly midnight, but we have seen strong turnout throughout early vote and election day there. Other results in Michigan are harder to parse since results are coming in more piecemeal than elsewhere. In Wisconsin, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the wild counties where we have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Polls just closed in Nevada and Arizona, so as expected, it will be a while before we have more information from both states. We've been saying for weeks that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who were around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted, and all the votes will be counted. That's how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. We'll continue to keep you all updated as soon as we get more information. This is what we've been in front of us tonight. Get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. Jen O'Malley Dillon. She's the campaign chair. That's why, folks, in a moment, Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be coming out addressing the public. Now, remember, the strategy of the Trump campaign always was to claim victory on Tuesday night. That's what they tried to do 4 years ago. But as you had Jen O'Malley Dillon said, it's a lot of votes to count. And so there are way too many variables here. So let me remind everybody again, there has not been a single red state in 2020 that changed in 2024. There's not been a single state that Biden won in 2020 that has not changed in 2024. So this election still comes down to 7 states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. The votes are not in all those places. And so you looking at right now what the scores are, sound like the Yankees who were up 5-0 against the Dodgers. What happened? I know it's painful for Lauren Victoria Brooke to hear, but her Yankees, they choked. And the Dodgers beat their asses and won the World Series 7-6. So, folks, it doesn't matter if you win by 100,000 votes or you win by 1,000 votes. You win. It doesn't matter if you get to 270 or you get to 350. 270 is all that you need. So literally, all of y'all, go get a damn drink, calm your asses down, go heat some food up, turn some music on, and chill your asses out. Let's go to Howard University. Tatiana Anderson is there. And hopefully, folks, Tatiana, they should have put that up on a big screen so all the people who are at Howard can hear what I just said so they can relax and chill because it's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a very long night, and everyone should, of course, be watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. We got a notice more than 5 minutes ago saying that we were all going to be asked to turn our lights out in a matter of minutes, so that may be a signal that Vice President Harris is set to take the stage. In addition, just before you came to me, Roland, there was what appeared to be Secret Service sort of sweeping that stage behind me, another indication that she will address all of her supporters who are here at Howard University. I do have to tell you, it seems like the sort of energy level has dropped in the last maybe hour or so since we were talking to you. Now, I do want to say that organizers have had the television screens tuned into CNN and to local news following various results that have been coming in, not only here, but across the country. So is that a reason because the DJ was no longer with us? Or is it because people's minds have been changing about what's going on here tonight? I certainly can't predict that. There's no way I can tell. But I did get to go into the crowd to talk to people a little bit about how they were feeling. I spoke to a father and son team who said they were still very bullish on Kamala Harris. A woman next to them basically said that she was cautiously optimistic. And I also ran into Paul Strauss. He is the shadow senator from the District of Columbia. It is a position that he has held since 1997. He took over from Jesse Jackson, and he said that at this point, it's his opinion that this is now a sort of numbers game and a time game. He said that Republicans always seem to be doing better earlier because their votes tend to come from more rural areas where they get counted faster compared to Democrats who vote from more urban, generally vote from more urban and larger areas where it takes a little bit longer to count those votes. And to that point, as you just mentioned about this memo that came from the Harris team, they sent out a memo not too long ago, as you said, saying that these returns are coming in slowly. This is something that they anticipated for quite some time, but that they still see a path to 270. But information on that might not come tonight. So the big question now is supporters here waiting to see if she is going to take the stage. It has been a very hard-fought race for her. In just about 3 months, Vice President Kamala Harris went from being Joe Biden's number 2 to being at the top of the ticket herself. And tonight, this has been a whirlwind for her. Her presidential campaign will come to an end either tonight or in the coming days, as her campaign team said. On the other hand, Trump has sort of been running this race for the past 9 years, right? So the big question, how will each of them finish? One of the big issues that's been dividing the candidates, of course, is women's issues. Public opinion was not on the side of overturning Roe v. Wade. Even many Republicans, as we saw when that came onto ballots, did not want extreme measures and extreme restrictions placed on women's rights, including in states like Arizona, Florida, Ohio. And what that says is that largely Republicans don't want extreme measures against women. So how is that going to shake out? How is that going to reflect as people go to the polls, as these polls get counted? This could be an issue that sinks their chances. It could be an issue that propels Democrats to a win. Right now, we have a fairly quiet crowd here at Howard University. The DNC sent out a message earlier this morning inviting some 20,000 plus people to join the vice president and her team. This is sort of being billed as a watch party, and it has been a party up until this point. We've had DJs, we've had entertainment. The president of Howard came to the stage to talk about the legacy of this university, who's turned out some pretty amazing alum, not just the vice president herself, but the list goes on. The late Chadwick Boseman, Toni Morrison, Vernon Jordan. I'm sure you can name many others, but I have to tell you, Roland, this is feeling a lot to me like 2016. And I talked to you and to our viewers earlier about this, but I was at the Javits Center covering President Hillary race. At about 2 a.m., maybe it was just after 2 a.m., John Podesta came out and basically said everyone needed to go home, get some rest. We needed to watch. We needed to wait what was going to happen. that Hillary Clinton did a great job, but then we would see what would happen in the morning. And of course, we all know how that ended. I remember I was walking back to my hotel, and it was fairly apparent at that point that President Trump had won. And again, I am not a predictor. I am not saying who is going to win either way. I'm just saying that the night air is sort of feeling a little bit like that to me. But Roland, it's going to be a long night. We are here for you. We're going to keep covering what's going on the ground. And again, as I mentioned, we expect that the Vice President could be taking the stage fairly soon at Howard University. In fact, we can see somebody sort of pacing back and forth in front of the door there that is now closed. Up until this point, it has been opened, which is perhaps a signal that those doors will fling open, and she will take the stage to address her supporters here at Howard and across the nation. Roland.
Tatiana, first of all, I won't. The reason I won't say is like 2016 because the numbers were also a lot different. I remember that night, what we were hearing from the Hillary Clinton campaign was totally different from the Harris campaign. When they looked at the numbers, remember, she was in trouble in Virginia. That was not an easy place. Virginia wasn't called until after 11 o'clock. And so, again, it was just recognizing that. So, I just think that, again, I think for a lot of people, they forgot the fact that the last 5 elections have been tight. I mean, if you go back to 2000, 2004, Bush Kerry, you go to and so I think if people look at 2008 and 2012, 2008 and 2012 was actually a mirage, if you will, in terms of those elections. Then you go to 2020. I believe in 2020, Biden got 278 electoral college votes. It was not, and it wasn't by big margins. And so there were so many other factors here that were at play. Michigan changed because of what's happening with Israel and Gaza. That plays a role in it. The fact that Joe Biden drops out July 21st, Kamala Harris has to step in, so you got that. So this has never been a standard election. It's always been this. And so I remember last night I was in Philadelphia, and people were coming up to me and they were like, Roland, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a blowout. And my response to every person was, let me be perfectly clear. The only thing I care about is 270. I said, I don't want to hear blowout talk. I don't want to hear any of that. I said, because it doesn't matter. I said, if you win the Super Bowl by 1 point and you win it by 30 points, it's still a win. And so that's what this is all about. And so it's clear the Harris campaign is saying, listen, we're seeing the numbers. We know what the victory is. What they are hoping, and they've always hoped this, because when you look at, again, the numbers, when you talk about an electoral college number, when you look at the map in terms of the numbers, go to my iPad. Wisconsin has 10 electoral college votes. Michigan has 15 electoral college votes. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral college votes. North Carolina has 16. Georgia has 16. So if you look at this map right here, and if you use this map, if you turn Nevada blue, Democrats go to 232. If you let's say Trump wins North Carolina, and that goes to 16, and then let's say Michigan stays blue, you're at 247. Let's say Wisconsin goes blue, you're at 257. And then let's say Georgia goes blue, you're at 273. They can lose Pennsylvania. It can go to Trump. They win Georgia. They win the presidency. Virginia is blue, so you see the number right there. So again, those are just the variables that people have to understand. So again, what the Harris campaign is looking at right now is they're saying, hey, we could win Georgia. The numbers are there. The votes are there. We could actually win Georgia. Win Georgia, it's a sigh of relief. Now you go, all right, you got to lock down Wisconsin and Michigan and lose Pennsylvania, or win Pennsylvania and lose one of those. And so
That's just what it is. It just comes down to it. And I'm saying to people, if you look at this map, and let's just say, again, you go over here, you give New Mexico that solid blue, and see on this map here, you still don't have Arizona's 11. So, all right, let's play with the map again. Let's say Trump wins Wisconsin. Let's say Harris wins Arizona. She's at 274. Pennsylvania still doesn't factor. And so that's why I'm telling everybody who's at Howard, I'm telling everybody in this studio, I'm telling everybody who's watching, y'all gonna make me cuss in a second, but I'm literally saying, calm the hell down. This is about math. It's about math. And so folk need to relax and chill out. So you got these right-wingers who are in our chat, and y'all might want to calm down because I'm going to start blocking y'all asses, who are like Trump, Trump, Trump. So the election is not over. And so I think, again, people came there thinking, oh, we're going to come here, and then by, because I think it was when Obama, we were at CNN, the race for Obama was called after 11, it was like right after 11 p.m. Well, guess what? We ain't seen that happen since 2012. And so that's what's going on right here. They said, what, more than 10 minutes ago she was coming out. She still has not come out. You said it's some 20,000 folks there. What I don't understand is, why in the hell they turn the music off? Why did they stop? I mean, hell, they're creating a somber damn mood there. I'm looking at all these people's faces and everything. And again, matter of fact, and I just sent Tatiana, I just sent the campaign a text message. I said, y'all should turn off them damn screens from CNN and put on the Black Star Network so they can hear somebody tell them to chill out and calm down. But it is interesting that people are freaking out there, and so we shall see what happens. Have you had any folks, Tatiana, who've been coming there? Are they doing any interviews with media, or are folks just staying away? Because I know any black surrogates or others.
Can you repeat yourself, Roland?
Yeah. Have they been bringing any of the black surrogates or anybody through there talking to reporters, or have they just been having everybody standing down?
No, we're actually very much sequestered from any of the surrogates. The press center is just behind the camera where I am. My producer, Sandy Petrikowski, and myself have walked through there several times, and really you're only seeing journalists there. When I ran into Paul Strauss, the shadow senator from the District of Columbia, I was actually approaching the crowds, the guests, the supporters who are off here to my right. That's where he was. But we believe, we're not sure, that a lot of the surrogates, the people who are a part of her team, are potentially in Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, which is just behind me. But no, Roland, we have not seen any representatives come out to give interviews to either the local media, to the national media, or to the throngs of international press who are here. And I've got to tell you, it feels like there are a lot of journalists from around the world, perhaps even more so from journalists who are from the United States. Interest around the world in what is going to happen in this election extremely high. And it would be nice if we were able to talk to someone from her team, but as you know, she has been fairly tight-lipped when it comes to the media. She has started to do interviews, of course, but not as much as some people would like. But the answer tonight, no. We have not seen her representatives making their way through the crowds to talk to journalists about what is going on with her. The first we really heard is about that Harris team memo that you talked about earlier. And again, it seems like she may be taking the stage sooner than later here. Again, we saw Secret Service sweep the stage a couple of times. We got that warning, which was probably now 10 or 15 minutes ago, saying that we were supposed to turn out our lights in the next 5 minutes, which hasn't happened yet. And again, we're seeing that door, that main door to Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall is actually closed. We've seen it sort of open and closed earlier. Now it's solidly closed. closed, and there appears to be some sort of film in front of it, so we can't see behind it. So I know people here are very anticipatory. The mood tonight has been very high. People have been very excited. Everybody waiting to see what's going to happen with this election, and we're all waiting now to hear from the Vice President herself and maybe some more details about what her team thinks is going to happen in the next hours or perhaps days as votes continue to be counted, Roland.
All right, Tatiana, I so appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Folks, go back to my iPad here, folks. Again, so I just want people to understand this is the map as it is currently constituted. As you see, you have blue states, you have red states, that you see right there in the tan. Bottom line is, guess what? Those states haven't been called. Those are the exact same 7 states we actually started the night with. And so we're waiting to see what those results are. The polls have closed in the West. And so we're waiting to see what happens in Arizona and Nevada. I told you earlier, when it came to Nevada, young voters, there were some 19,000 votes that needed to be cured. They were not matching. The signatures were on driver's license and were not matching. And then, of course, when they were signing their registration cards, signing their ballots. And so that needs to actually be fixed as well. Then, of course, we saw there were bomb threats against polling places in Georgia. The FBI announced that was coming from Russian domains, those bomb threats that were coming in. Bomb threats were taking place in Georgia and Pennsylvania, so that delayed those areas when it came to voting. And so we're looking at, again, the numbers. Everything is numbers that are coming out. And so as we continue to go through here and look at various election breakdowns, the New York Times on their website, and again, it's not showing you as we look at a lot of these states, but we're waiting to see. So again, if I go to Michigan, what they're showing right now is less than 100,000. So 39%. This is according to, again, the New York Times. 39% of the votes counted in Michigan. Trump leads less than 100,000 at 39% coming in. And so, again, the question then becomes, what are the outstanding counties? What are those blue counties? Now, let me go over to Georgia. In Georgia, you see here little more than 100,000, but it says 95% of the votes are in. Now, that could change very quickly when it comes to those, those counties in Georgia. And so that's the New York Times. They're showing 2.55 for Trump, 2.4 million for Vice President Kamala Harris. Let me go over to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Here's what they are showing. They are showing right here, they're showing 91% of the ballots in, and 2.55 Trump, 2.418 for Vice President Kamala Harris. So you're seeing, according to the New York Times and Atlanta Journal-Constitution, they are showing, let's see here, a lead of, 1 second. Of 134,966 votes. And so we're waiting to see again what happens in there. Now, if we go over to North Carolina, if we go to North Carolina and pull up North Carolina, what we're going to see is, 1 second. Let's see, North Carolina, they are showing a lead of less than, let me see here. They're showing 91% of the ballots in and showing Trump with a lead of 141,783. That's in North Carolina. And so, say it again? Virginia. We've been called that. Monique over here talking about Virginia. Like, shall you call that an hour and a half ago? And so that's North Carolina. And so, again, Trump is leading by more than 100,000 votes in those 2 states. We're waiting to see what's outstanding. What is the number of ballots that are outstanding in North Carolina and Georgia? And again, it comes down to what we've always known, what is called the blue wall. And so when you go to Michigan, again, you see right here, the lead is slightly more, about 115,000 for Trump in Michigan. 40% of the vote is in. So we're watching that. And then, of course, Wisconsin is another crucial state that we're paying attention to. And so when I look at Wisconsin right there, Wisconsin is extremely tight. He's leading by less than 80,000. So when you look at Wisconsin, and as you heard them say in that memo, looking at Dane County, his lead in Wisconsin is 75,754 votes. And so, well, actually, you see, it just got updated. There's a slight increase. So 70% of the votes being counted in Wisconsin. And then let's see here, that just changed to 79,180. And so we're watching all of this to see what comes in. So that's where we are. We're still waiting to see Vice President Kamala Harris coming out on the stage at Howard University to speak to the audience there. And again, so all of these folks who keep saying that these races have been called, no, these races have not been called. There's only been one entity that's called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump. Others have not done so because they're looking at the numbers that are outstanding. And so that's what we're looking at as well. And so you have estimates out there based upon what's leaning, but bottom line is you got to wait till all the votes get counted in. So again, this is what's happening at Howard University. Vice President Kamala Harris, let's go to Howard University, get a shot there. So you're seeing shots of the folks there, of course, anxiously waiting for these results, waiting for the VP to come out and address them as well. Let me see here if there have been any. Folks are saying that some races have been called, so let me check and see what's going on here. 1 second. Let me double check what's going on. Let's go here. Now, the Associated Press, they are projecting that Donald Trump will win North Carolina. So the Associated Press is projecting that. And so CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win North Carolina. So you could take, so if we go back to our 270 to win map, you can actually, so you can actually put North Carolina in the red column for Donald Trump. And so that now, again, looking at this map, so that comes off. And so now you're left with Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and Pennsylvania. And so those are, so now it's down to 6 battleground states. 6 battleground states. If you look at the map as it stands, again, 239, 222 Republicans. Some maps have it differently because of how they award, how they sort of estimate. And so we will then look at that and so let you know. So again, we're checking to see what the projections are of where we're going. And so you see what these numbers are right here. Now, they gave the 5-minute, actually that's probably about 20 minutes ago for the vice president. But you know what happens if you don't bring the seal out. That's when you know she's about to come out, when they bring the seal and put it on the podium. Well, I saw a podium shot and that seal is not on the podium. So that's what's going on there. Let's go back to Tatiana. Tatiana, did they turn the music back on? Well, let's get Tatiana back, y'all. I'm curious to know, did they turn the music back on? Did somebody wake the DJ up DJ go to the bathroom and come back? What happened?
They did. They turned the music back on. They had some Tupac, obviously from California. Kamala Harris representing California very strong. We can see the lights on the stage. If you can see behind me, they started sort of pulsating back and forth. Another sign that there is some activity that's about to happen here. But you're right, Roland. I heard you talk about the idea that that seal is not on the podium. Still not there. There is a guy standing in the doorway. Perhaps he is Secret Service, perhaps he's someone else, but he's standing there, obviously anticipating that something is going to be happening. The crowd here waiting for Kamala Harris to come out. That has been the expectation all evening, that she would address her supporters. The people here obviously hoping that her address would include some sort of acknowledgement that she has in fact won, but that's not what's happening right now. Again, you mentioned that communication coming from the Harris team saying that it is a slow path. They are still able to see a path to 270. It's not happening at, what time is it? 11:48. I don't have my glasses on. Eastern Standard Time here. But it is about that time, and that's what people are waiting for. But you can't see the crowds like I can, but people are sort of just standing, a couple of flags waving, but not the dancing, not the revelry that there was earlier on in the evening. And in fairness, it has been a long night. I mean, we got here at 4 p.m. Eastern. The crowds here coming in maybe an hour or two after that. They have been standing on their feet this whole time in support of Vice President Kamala Harris. They are no doubt at least physically tired and likely a little bit mentally tired from waiting to see the results and to see these polls close across the country. But right now, still lights pulsating across the stage. DJ going strong, waking the crowd up. Guys standing in the doorway. All signs point to something that will be happening soon, Roland. It's just not happening yet. Looks like family members.
No, not happening yet. So we will see what happens. Let's do this here. We're going to go to a break here at the Black Star Network. Then we're going to come back with our coverage here as we continue to wait for the results. 6 remaining states for us to look at, and we're waiting for the numbers to come in. We'll be right back on the Black Star Network.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol,
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who sit
voting. I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and the weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. We won't have others spoken for us. We cannot our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.